Chapter 657. P.S. Thank you to Way7Kills for your precious monthly vote. Thank you to Way7Kills, Nexex, Nickfanny, and 157747860 for their tip. After dealing with the 5 of them, Sei Ito immediately left the place and returned to the car's hiding spot. Bang! Let's go. With a muffled sound, Ito-sei, who rushed into the car and sat down, quickly ordered the driver. But Master Tucci and the others. The driver looked at Sei Ito through the rearview mirror and said hesitantly, "Cut the crap and drive." Sei Ito shouted at the driver with a murderous aura. Yes, I'll drive now." The driver was frightened by the murderous aura and immediately stopped hesitating. He turned the key and started the car as he spoke with a panicked expression. Although the driver was trembling from the murderous aura, he was still good at starting the car. A few seconds after Sei Ito finished speaking, the sound of the engine starting could be heard in the car. Then, the car accelerated from 0 to more than 100 kilometers per hour. It took Sei Ito back to the rendezvous point they had agreed on before they departed. When they arrived, it was daytime. Even though they had special privileges, they still had to pay attention to certain things. However, it was different when they returned. They didn't need to pay attention to anything in the middle of the night. Therefore, it only took half the time to return to the rendezvous point. After that, Sei Ito got out of the car and walked quickly to the rendezvous room. Bang! With a muffled sound, the 2 wooden doors that were tightly shut suddenly opened from the middle and expanded to both sides. Not a single person came back? Did I come back too quickly? Or is it because of some other reason that they're all stuck there? Sei Ito thought to himself when he saw that there was no one in the rendezvous room. He walked slowly into the rendezvous room. Forget it. Who cares? I'll just wait here for a while. If they don't come back in a while, I'll tell them. I will go and train Terry Meili. Ito-sei walked to the front of a chair and sat down as he made the decision. This wait lasted for more than half an hour. Thud, 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 thud. At this moment, a series of heavy footsteps gradually came from the corridor outside the conference room. After a short while, Sentoma, who was clad in pitch-black armor but had no weapon in his hand, Sukaku, who was only wrapped in a large coat and had nothing else to cover her body, and Sentoma, who was also unarmed, appeared. Except for the strange hat on his head that was missing. After wrapping Sukaku with a coat, Tanigawa Yauta and the other 2 walked into the conference room. The 3 people who walked into the conference room glanced at Ito-sei, who was sitting on the side. They didn't say anything, and then each walked to a chair and sat down. Not long after Sentoma, Sukaku, and Tanigawa Yauta returned. The sunglasses man walked into the conference room with another unconscious expert on his shoulder. After putting the unconscious man down, he sat down next to the unconscious man. The sunglasses man who rushed back didn't say anything. He quietly sat down and waited. Just like that, another half an hour passed by silently. Looks like they won't be coming back. At this moment, Sei Ito, who didn't want to stay in the conference room, sighed. He said. Then, he slowly glanced at the sunglasses man, Sentoma, Sukaku, and Tanigawa Yauta and said, "Looks like everyone was attacked by Liangshan Lake's people. I didn't expect the rumored Liangshan Lake to be so strong." Sentoma, whose body was wrapped in armor, said with a buzzing voice. "Damn it, next time I must find Kasaka Siyu and avenge this humiliation." Sukaku said in a low voice with a gloomy face. "Originally, we were going to hunt for knives, but we didn't expect to throw our own weapons in the end. It's ridiculous." Tanigawa Yauta glanced at Sei Ito, who was still holding his weapon, and said with a self-deprecating face. "Who did you meet?" The sunglasses man asked in a deep voice. "I met Ma Jianxing there," Sei Ito said in a flat tone. "We met Kasaka Siyu, who has the title of Son of Weapon and Reverse Demon Osamu." Tanigawa Yauta continued. Hearing Seito and Tanigawa Yauta's answer, the sunglasses man nodded and looked at them and said, "Let's end the matter of the Akabane sword for now. We will talk about it later. As for the weapons of the three of you, I will mention it when I report it to the higher-ups. As for the final result, it will depend on the arrangement of the higher-ups." Then, the sunglasses man looked at Sento-ma, Sukaku and Tanigawa Yauta and continued. Sukaku, Sento-ma, and Tanigawa Yauta certainly knew the situation of the weapons in the weapons group, so after hearing the sunglasses man's words, they didn't say anything and nodded silently. They understood. "Everyone is dismissed," the sunglasses man announced after getting the response from Sento-ma, Sukaku, and Tanigawa Yauta. As the sunglasses man's voice fell, a squeaking sound immediately sounded in the conference room, and then Seito, Sento-ma, Sukaku, and Tanigawa Yauta got up from their chairs one after another, turned around, and walked out of the conference room one after another. Then they walked to the accommodation area in the stronghold together. After arriving at the accommodation area, the four of them didn't speak. They each found a room and stayed in it. However, just when the other three locked their doors to rest, Seito quietly re-entered the room, used hyperspace perception to lock the coordinates of Sukaku's room, and launched instant transmission to enter Sukaku's room. "It's you. How did you get in?" At this time, Sukaku, who had just taken off her coat and completely exposed her body to the air, looked at Seito, who suddenly appeared in front of her, and asked in surprise. "Nice body." Ito-sei looked up and down at Sujiku's plump and round chest, as well as the forlorn grass below, and said with a smile, "Tell me, how did you get in, and what are you doing here?" Sukaku's muscles tightened, making her look more dynamic and attractive. She asked with a gloomy face. "In this world, the door that can stop me hasn't been built yet." Seito walked slowly towards Sukaku and said with a chuckle, "Humph." Seeing Seito enter her attack range, Sukaku coldly snorted in her heart, turned around, and swung her leg. She didn't care whether her move would expose her body more, and directly kicked Seito's head. Seeing this, Seito smiled and directly released his aura, leaving behind an afterimage of a blocking action. Then, he used instant transmission and appeared behind Sukaku. While Sukaku's long leg whistled and kicked the afterimage, he waved his hand and chopped at the back of Sukaku's neck, knocking her out. Then Ito-sei quickly stretched out his hands and hugged Sukaku's body from behind as she fell to the ground. "Nice elasticity." Seito grabbed Sukaku's plump chest with both hands and unscrupulously pinched Sukaku's breast. He whispered to himself with a strange smile on his face. Then, Seito used hyperspace perception. He took Sukaku with him and used instant transmission to return to the room he chose, then took her into the Rubik's Cube world and appeared in the secret room where Megumi Suki and her 4 disciples were imprisoned. Well, now it really looks like a prison series atmosphere. Ito-sei, who was holding the unconscious Suhiku in his arms, looked at the unconscious Suhiku on the ground. Megumi Suki and her 4 disciples, whose clothes were disheveled, softly muttered to themselves. "Since it's like this, I might as well make it more realistic," Seito decided. Immediately, Ito-sei put aside the Sukajuku in his arms and began to transform the secret room. For Seito, who had alchemy and telekinesis, modifying a secret room was a piece of cake, so it only took him less than 10 minutes. A normal secret room was transformed by Ito-sei into a special room for female prisoners, and it was in line with the style of a secret room that could only be found in some games that made people blush and their hearts race. Ito-sei, who finished remodeling the secret room, didn't waste any time. He turned around and came to the front of Suki Meili and her 4 disciples. He took off their clothes and other things that were used as binding props, so that the 5 of them were completely exposed to the air like Sukajuku. After that, Ito-sei didn't choose. He directly picked up a disciple in front of him and carried him to the side. The disciple had a length of 180 centimeters and a width of 12 centimeters. In front of an X-shaped restraint frame, he shackled the disciple's hands and feet to the four corners of the X-shaped restraint frame and hung her on the restraint frame like the X-shaped restraint frame. After that, Itose spent about 3 minutes to put Tsuki Meili, her 3 remaining female disciples, and Sakaku on the X-shaped prison frame that was set up on the side. Phew. I'm finally done. I wonder what kind of expression they will have when they wake up and see me like this. I'm really looking forward to it, Seito said to himself as he took 2 steps back and looked at the 6 bodies that were shackled on the X-shaped restraint frame. Seito immediately used his Chi-Jin to open their acupuncture points, starting from his left hand. He woke up Megumi Tsuki, her 4 disciples, and Sakaku from their coma. And, as their blood vessels and Chi-Jin were unblocked, Megumi Tsuki, her 4 disciples, and Sakaku frowned. Almost at the same time, they let out a low groan that made people's blood vessels surge. Ah! Tsuki Meili's 4 disciples who had just woken up from their coma immediately realized the situation they were in with their master. They subconsciously opened their mouths and let out a cry of alarm. Tsuki? Sakaku, who was completely awakened by the scream, immediately noticed Megumi Tsuki, who was shackled on the side. She said in surprise, "Why are you here?" And then Suheiju, who was struggling instinctively, immediately found that her movements were restrained. After lowering her head to check her situation, she suddenly turned her head to look at Itose, who was looking at them with a smile with his arms crossed, and said in a deep voice, "It's you. Don't give me a chance to get out. Otherwise, I will tear you into pieces." Sakaku stared at Seito with a murderous aura and said coldly, "Don't worry. Before I make you obedient, I will not let you go." Itose ignored the murderous aura released from Sakaju. He walked in front of Sakaju and pointed at her throat with his right index finger. Then, his finger slid down along Sakaju's midline while he said with a smile, "Are you planning to become enemies with the dark?" Megumi Tsuki looked at Seito expressionlessly and said in a deep voice, "Become enemies? Maybe, but that's after they find out that I have a problem. As for now, I am still an expert-level member of the Dark Weapon Group. I enjoy all the benefits of the dark and live a carefree life." Seito, who withdrew his finger from the grass under Sakaku, turned around and walked in front of Megumi Tsuki. He reached out his hand and stroked her cheek while smiling. "Do you think your plan is flawless? Although Ma Jianxing can be blamed for Tsuki's disappearance, my disappearance will definitely make others feel strange. When the time comes, with the Dark's ability, I don't believe that they can't find you." Sakaku sneered. "Maybe even Tsuki's disappearance will be found out." Whatever, if they can really find out. While Suheiju was talking, Itose's hand slid to Tsuki Meili's chest and rubbed it while shrugging his shoulders. As long as they can't find out, then even if they suspect someone, the Dark won't make the decision to kill someone without a valid reason. This is not in line with the Dark's rules. Seito's hand gently slid down from Megumi Tsuki's chest to her lower body. His middle finger gently played with her peach garden's secret realm and continued. "Ridiculous, as long as we are still in this world, the Dark will definitely be able to find us and finally find you." Sakaku snorted at Seito's confidence. "I'm sorry, but you guys are not in that world." Seito's finger was still moving as he turned around and smiled at Sakaku. Seeing Sakaku's expression as if she was looking at an idiot, Seito finally withdrew his hand from Megumi Tsuki's lower body. He turned back to Sakaku and smiled. "I'll let you experience the reason why I said you guys are not in that world." After saying that, Seito raised his right hand. A flash of lightning suddenly appeared from his palm and instantly covered Seito's entire hand, making a crackling sound. Seeing Seito's palm and the crackling sound coming from it, Sakaku, Megumi Tsuki, and the other 4 female disciples' expressions all changed. They stared at Seito's palm with shock. "Experience the feeling of bliss," Itose said softly, and then he pressed his right body, which was covered by lightning, against Sukaku's chest. Chapter 658. Aha! As the lightning palm fell, Sukaku's brows furrowed, and her cheeks twitched as she let out a painful groan. When Suki and her 4 disciples heard Sukaku's groan, they finally confirmed that what they saw was not an illusion, but a real human being. Itsunari ignored Suhaju's muffled groan and the change in their eyes. He still used his electric palm to slowly move on Suhaju's body, stimulating Suhaju's skin and physiological senses. When Suhaju's face was slightly pale and her forehead was sweating, he suddenly slid his hand to Suhaju's lower body. His palm clasped her lower body's vital point, and he violently stimulated it with a small electric current at a high frequency. Ah! At first, Suhiku still tried her best to hold back her pride, but after a while, her sensitive parts could no longer withstand the stimulation of the electric frequency. Her body tensed up, and her face flushed as she raised her head and let out a suppressed and high-pitched moan. Splash! Immediately after, there was the sound of rushing water. A light yellow liquid with a fishy smell rushed out from Sukaku's lower body and hit Seito's hand. After some of it was evaporated by the electric current, it quickly splashed to the ground and left behind a wet puddle. After an orgasm, the Sukajuku's body instinctively relaxed. Under the stimulation of the electric frequency, it could no longer control its own physiological organs, resulting in incontinence. Seeing this, Ito Seiji smiled and took his palm away from Suhaju's body, dispersing the electric current on his palm. While shaking off the liquid on his palm, he quietly admired Suhaju, who was gasping for breath with her eyes closed and her chest moving up and down rapidly. "You bastard, I swear, I will tear you into pieces." After a while, Suhiku opened her eyes and stared at Itose and said in a deep voice, "I'm afraid you won't have that day." Itose shrugged his shoulders and looked at Sukajuku with a smile. "Now you should understand the meaning of my previous words. So, what do you think?" Seito then turned to look at Suki Meili, who was still expressionless, and said to her 4 disciples, who were blushing because it was their first time seeing an erotic scene. "If you have something to say, just say it," Meili Tosaki said. "Very simple, pledge your loyalty to me and become my subordinate. Become my subordinate and my woman." Itomori walked in front of Megumi Suki. She stared straight into Megumi Toki's eyes as she spoke. "What can you give me?" Suki Meili did not refuse directly, but asked what she could get if she pledged her loyalty. "What do you want?" Seito was smart. He did not say what he could give and directly asked Suki Meili what she wanted. "Can you give me what I want?" Suki Meili said. "That depends on your value to me." Itose reached out his hand and stroked Terry Meili's cheek with a smile. "I can give you this body and everything that this body possesses." Meili Toki spoke as if she was talking about something that had nothing to do with her. She said in a flat tone, "That's a big price. What do you want?" Seito looked at Suki Meili quietly for a moment, then his expression changed, and he asked softly with a smile, "Let this world be filled with war, let my Honda-style archery spread. Let the archer profession return to the stage of history." Suki Meili said with a slightly fanatical expression. "Meili, your ambition is far beyond your value. I can't promise you." Seito retracted his hand and sighed with regret. "Is that so?" A look of regret appeared on Mia Meili's face as she said softly, "Yes, so you can change your request." Seito said with a nod. "I have no other request," Suki Meili said after adjusting her mood and regaining her calm appearance. "Oh, okay." Seito sighed, "but I still look forward to the day you change your mind." At this time, Terumi Suki closed her eyes and ignored Itose. "What about the 4 of you? Are you willing to pledge your loyalty to me?" Seito turned around and came to the front of the 4 female disciples. Looking at their youthful faces, he asked softly, "We pledge to live and die with Master." The four girls looked at each other and said in unison to Ito. Hearing the words of the four disciples, Toki-hui Mei's eyebrows twitched unnoticeably. However, she still didn't open her eyes. Her eyes were closed as she remained silent. Ha 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 ha. Don't even think about it. We won't surrender. Suhiku, who also heard the words of the four girls, laughed out loud. She looked at Ito-sei, who slowly turned around because of her laughter, and said in a carefree voice, "It doesn't matter, I have time to wait. I believe that sooner or later you will make the choice I want you to make." After listening to Suheiju's words, Ito-sei shrugged his shoulders and said indifferently, "That's right. Hui Mei, the next time I go to a war-torn world, I will bring you out for a tour." Seito said to Suki Mei, who had her eyes closed. Then, without waiting for Suki Mei to open her eyes, he disappeared in front of Suki Mei, her four disciples, and Suheiju. "A war-torn world, huh?" Suki Mei muttered as she looked at where Ito disappeared. "With that sentence and the slow influence of the will, I believe it won't take long for me to loosen Suki Mei's heart and make her consider pledging loyalty to me." After returning to the world of the strongest disciple in history, Ito-sei took off his clothes in the stronghold room of the dark, and thought to himself, "But if possible, it would be best to find a war-torn world, and bring them there for a tour." After taking off his clothes, Ito turned on the shower, and began to wash himself. After washing his body and wiping it dry, he returned to his room and climbed onto his bed to rest. The rest of the night was silent, and in the blink of an eye, it was the next day. "Where's Suheiju?" During the morning meeting, the sunglasses man who did not see Suheiju asked. Although they were part of the team that carried out the mission together last night, other than that, Sentoma and Tanigawa Yato, who did not have any personal relationship with Suheiju, did not speak, indicating that they did not know Suheiju's situation. As the only one who knew Suheiju's situation, Ito did not want to trouble himself by telling the sunglasses man that he imprisoned Suheiju. Therefore, he did not respond and did not answer the sunglasses man's question. The sunglasses man frowned and did not say anything. After all, he had some understanding of the personality of the experts in the weapons team. It was possible that Juku Suga had left the stronghold on a whim in the wee hours of the morning. Therefore, he did not delve too deeply into it. He planned to use the phone to inform Juku Suga of the arrangements after the meeting. "Let me talk about the arrangements." The sunglasses man reached out to push the glasses on the bridge of his nose and said in a deep voice, "Tanigawa, Sentoma, and Suheiju, who is not here, leave Japan directly and go to the French branch to wait for orders. Ito, fly directly to Philippines and cooperate with the weapons team members there." The sunglasses man looked at Ito and said, "What about my passport?" Ito frowned and asked. "It's being processed. A staff member will pass it to you later," the sunglasses man said. "Okay," Ito agreed. "This is the arrangement from above." Meeting adjourned, the sunglasses man announced. As soon as the words fell, Ito, Tanigawa Yato, and Sentoma immediately got up from their seats, turned around, and left the conference room one after another. They returned to their rooms in the dormitory area, packed their things, and waited. Dang dang dang. A moment later, a knock on the door suddenly sounded in the room. "Come in," Ito, who was drinking water, turned his head and shouted at the door. Click. As soon as his voice fell, a soft sound immediately came from the door. Then, a young woman in a business suit pushed the door open and walked straight to Ito. She handed the passport in her hand to Ito. "Sir, this is your passport." As expected of Dark's handiwork, even a passport is multi-country visa-free. "Not bad," Ito said with a chuckle after taking the passport and flipping through it casually. Then, he closed the passport and put it in his pocket. He picked up the katana on the side and said to the female staff member beside him, "Let's go. Sir, please come with me." The female staff member bowed slightly and led the way with her arms open. Then, she turned around and walked in front of Seito. She led Seito out of the room, through the corridor, and went straight to the platform at the top of the stronghold. They stopped in front of a helicopter with a buzzing propeller. "Sir, please," the female staff member said to Seito beside her as she lowered her body to resist the wind from the propeller. Seito nodded and stepped into the helicopter. He then sat down in the back seat. After him, the female staff member who was responsible for guiding him also stepped into the helicopter and sat next to Seito. Obviously, just sending Seito to the helicopter was not the end of her job. Bang! The female staff member reached out and closed the door of the helicopter. Then, the fuselage shook slightly and the helicopter immediately rose slowly from the ground. After it reached a certain height, it flew straight to the southeast at high speed. More than 10 minutes later, Seito was sent to the airport closest to the stronghold by the helicopter. Then, he was still led by the female staff member and directly boarded the flight to Philip from the tarmac in a special way. Not long after Seito sat in the special cabin, the plane drove from the tarmac to the runway and accelerated to take off from the airport. Chapter 659. Squeak. With a harsh sound, a Boeing 747 slowly landed in Philippine Airport. Then, Seito, like the other passengers in the special class cabin, was led off the plane by the flight attendants and came to the guest platform on the tarmac. "Are you Mr. Seito?" Just as Seito was about to leave for the stronghold, a dark-skinned man in a black suit with a pair of sunglasses on his face walked to Seito's side and spoke to Seito in English with a strange accent. "I am. Who are you?" Seito, who heard the question, looked at the man in the suit and narrowed his eyes slightly. "Hello, I'm Augustine, a member of the Philippine Undark organization. I'm here to welcome you under the orders of Master Hananimo," Augustine quickly explained. "Lead the way," Seito nodded and ordered in an indifferent tone. "Master, please follow me." As if he was already used to Seito's commanding tone, Augustine, whose face didn't change at all, immediately leaned forward and opened his arms to lead the way. Then, he turned around and walked in front of Seito and led Seito to a black Mercedes-Benz parked not far from the tarmac. Click. Augustine, who was the first to reach the car, quickly reached out and opened the door for Seito. Seito didn't hesitate when he saw this and lowered his body to get in. These ordinary people who work in Undark are not so much staff, but slaves with wages. Their attitude toward adept-level martial artists is worse than a grandson. Seito, who was sitting in the car and watching the scenery outside, sighed in his heart. But if you think about it carefully, it's understandable. These people who dare to enter dark and are willing to serve the unpredictable adepts all have martial arts dreams. They hope that one day, they can be guided by the adepts and become a master in one fell swoop. Then, they can take on missions in a dark to make money and become the best of the best. Otherwise, other than people with masochistic tendencies, who would want to work here? Just like that. While Seito was thinking aimlessly, the car slowly stopped in the underground parking lot of a modern high-rise building. After that, Augustine, who had stopped the car and turned off the engine, pushed the door open and got out of the car. He led Itose, who had also pushed the door open, to the elevator in the parking lot. They took the elevator to the floor where Lord Hananimo was located. "Meet Hananimo. Master Hananimo. I've brought him here." After a while, Augustine, who led Seito into a dimly lit room, said respectfully. As soon as Augustine's voice fell, his body was suddenly thrown to the side, and then a whistling wind smashed toward Seito's head. Bang! The moment Augustine's body flew out, Seito, who had unsheathed his sword, instantly raised the scabbard to block the attack from above. At the same time, the long sword in his right hand stabbed in front of his body. Clang! With a soft sound, a strong force came from the sword, causing Sei Ito's long sword to be lifted up uncontrollably. The moment the long sword rang, a black shadow silently appeared on the left side of Sei Ito's body and smashed toward Sei Ito's waist. Scram! Sei Ito's feet did not move. His left hand holding the scabbard quickly fell down, blocking the black shadow from the left side by a hair's breadth. The collision between the two made a strange sound. Then, Sei Ito's right arm that was holding the sword gently lifted along with the upward force, and suddenly drew a semicircle in midair, the blade slashing horizontally toward the attacker's left side. And what surprised the attacker the most was that Sei Ito, who was using his sword skills against his opponent, suddenly raised his right foot, and when the blade slashed toward him, he fiercely kicked at the attacker. Seeing that he could block the sword slash but not the kick, the attacker moved his body and quickly slid backward. At the same time, he exhaled and shouted in English, "St my ass." Seeing that his kick missed, Sei Ito immediately put his right foot on the ground. At the same time, his right wrist shook, and he swung his arm to put the long sword back into the scabbard. Then, he swung the sword with a powerful slash while shouting loudly, "Scram!" Along with the sound of metal clashing, a transparent force that was invisible to the naked eye rushed out from Sei Ito's sword. It ran straight through the entire house, cutting everything in its path into two, until it finally sank into the ground after the end of the house. Scram! After finishing the slash, Sei Ito put the long sword back into the scabbard again. Walla-lala! Along with the crisp sound, everything in the room in front of Sei Ito seemed to have received a signal. They immediately split in the middle and fell to the ground on both sides. "You're courting death." At this time, an angry roar suddenly sounded in the room. Then, a short-haired Filipino man, who was about 1.75 meters tall, rushed in front of Sei Ito. He was wearing a sleeveless shawl that was commonly worn by Filipinos and a pair of loose dark brown cloth pants. He had two thin and long sticks in his hands, and he had a mustache on his face. He looked like he was in his 30s. He swung his sticks at Sei Ito. "Filipino short stick technique, huh?" Sei Ito sneered in his heart when he finally saw the enemy's weapon. Then, he tapped the ground with the tip of his foot and jumped back lightly, dodging the Filipino man's short stick attack. Then, without waiting for his body to fall, he directly performed an Iaido in midair and slashed at the Filipino man. The Filipino man, who had just witnessed the power of Sei Ito's Iaido slash, narrowed his eyes when he saw this. He quickly stepped to the side and dodged the Iaido slash's path. Although he managed to dodge it, the short stick in his hand wasn't able to dodge it completely. With a tisk-tisk sound, a small piece of metal with a slanted surface fell from the tip of the stick in the Filipino man's left hand. At this time, Sei Ito, who had already landed on the ground, stomped on the ground and instantly appeared in front of the Filipino man. He used the scabbard on his left forearm to hit the Filipino man's neck and sent him flying. Bang! The Filipino man who was sent flying crashed into the wall beside him, and then he was hit by the rebound force and fell to the ground. "Speak, who are you?" Sei Ito finally spoke to the Filipino man in English. Sir, he's Sir Hananimo." As soon as Sei Ito's voice trailed off, before the Filipino man, who was angrily getting up from the ground, could speak, Augustine, who was ignored by both Sei Ito and the Filipino man, carefully introduced him. "It turns out to be Mr. Hananimo. Sorry for the disrespect." Sei Ito immediately sheathed his sword and saluted Hananimo with a fake smile on his face. I just didn't expect Hananimo's way of treating guests to be so strange. It really opened my eyes. Hananimo stared coldly at Sei Ito for a moment, then snorted and said in a deep voice, "I won't let this go. Whatever, I'll be waiting for Mr. Hananimo's arrival at any time. It's just that I can't guarantee whether you'll still be alive next time." After a short fight just now, Sei Ito had roughly figured out Hananimo's strength level. He was a master of strength. For this kind of guy, even if Ito's strength was on par with him, he could beat him with speed, not to mention that he still had a bunch of hidden means that he had not used yet. Therefore, Ito was not afraid of Hananimo's threat at all and directly rebutted. Humph. Hananimo's murderous aura immediately surged when he heard this, but he also knew that he was slightly weaker against a guy like Ito who was obviously a speed type, so he did not attack again. He snorted coldly and ignored Ito. Swoosh. At this time, Hananimo reached out and took out a photo from his pocket, infused it with Chi-Jin, and threw it at Ito. Ito, who didn't know what Hananimo meant, frowned. He immediately stretched out 2 fingers of his right hand and caught the photo that flew over like a knife between his fingers. He took it in front of his eyes and looked at it. In an instant, a short bald old man with a thin wooden stick in his hand came into Ito's sight. The person in the photo is the target of your mission this time, the stick technique master, Hiroyuki Haldanshi. Hananimo said coldly. Hiroyuki Haldanshi. Is he the grandpa who is comparable to the masters of Liangshan Lake that Hiroyuki Hall, as the third fist of Grand Freya, once? I didn't expect this mission to be him. After listening to Hananimo's words, Ito thought, although it is mentioned in the manga that he has been pursued and forced by the Dark People to join the weapon group as the Dark People. What do you mean? Ito, who basically understood the purpose of this mission, looked at Hananimo with a puzzled face and said, Your mission is to pull him into the weapon group, no matter what means you use. For the mission given by the higher-ups, Hananimo didn't dare to be perfunctory, so he explained after hearing the inquiry. Just me? Ito asked with a frown. Yes. Hananimo's eyes flickered slightly, and he looked at Ito to confirm. Where is his position now? Ito frowned and looked at Hananimo for a while before asking. Augustine, take him to the intelligence department and give him all the recent information about the whereabouts of Hiroyuki Haldanshi. Hananimo turned his head and looked at Augustine, who was still rubbing his waist, and ordered. Yes. Augustine quickly put down his hand that was rubbing his waist and looked at Hananimo and responded loudly. Sir, please come with me. Then Augustine came to Ito and said carefully. Let's go. Ito put the photo of Hiroyuki Haldanshi into his trouser pocket and turned to Augustine and said. Augustine didn't dare to talk nonsense. He directly took Ito and left Hananimo's room that had been destroyed beyond recognition. After you are disabled by the old man of Hiroyuki Haldanshi, see how I deal with you. Hananimo stared at Ito's departing figure and said fiercely in his heart. Chapter 660. P.S. Thank you to Cute Girl is Ignorant and Snow Phoenix for their precious monthly vote. Thank you to Cute Girl is Ignorant, Nickfanny, 157747860, and Engstone for their rewards. Sir, this is all the information about the recent activities of Hiroyuki Hall. Please take a look. In the intelligence room of the Philip Stronghold, Augustine handed a stack of paper information to Ito. Ito-sei, who took the information casually, lowered his head and looked at it casually. Are you sure that Hiroyuki Hall's final resting place is here? After a while, Ito, who had finished reading the information, threw the information on the table beside him and turned to look at Augustine to confirm. Yes, sir. The information about this resting place is the latest information sent back by the intelligence personnel 3 hours ago. So far, the intelligence personnel have not reported any signs of Hiroyuki Hall leaving that place. Augustine confirmed. Go and inform the intelligence personnel below and ask them to confirm it again. Don't use outdated information from a few hours ago to deal with me. Ito ordered coldly. Yes. Augustine quickly agreed, then quickly ran to the side, contacted the intelligence personnel in charge of monitoring below, and asked them to confirm the information provided by them again. Sir, I have already given the order. I believe there will be a reply in a while. After more than half a minute, Augustine returned to Seito's side and said in a low voice. Seito did not respond to Augustine's words. He walked directly to a chair on the side and sat down. %and %**. After a while, a ringtone in the Philip language came from Augustine's pocket. Augustine, who heard the ringtone, quickly took out the phone from his pocket and put it to his ear to answer it. What? Augustine, who was answering the phone, suddenly shouted. Then his expression changed and he ordered sternly, "Find it for me. No matter what, you must find the old man's location today. Otherwise you can go to Hananamo-sama and ask for forgiveness." After that, Augustine immediately hung up the phone without hesitation. "My lord, I'm very sorry. The intelligence team just sent back the news that Joha Hall lost Danchi." After hanging up the phone, Augustine took a deep breath to calm himself down before returning to Seito's side. He reported cautiously, "I understand." Seito nodded slightly. He then got up from the chair and walked out of the intelligence room as he said, "Find someone to send me back to my room. Inform me as soon as you have any news." "Yes." Augustine quickly agreed. He then grabbed a staff member who seemed to be free and ordered him to send Seito to a room in the stronghold to rest. A few minutes later, the staff member who led Seito to the lounge said in a low voice, "Sir, we're here." Then, he reached out and opened the door. She turned sideways and gave way to him. "Go find a beautiful woman," Seito said as he slowly walked into the room. "Yes." The staff member was taken aback for a moment before he hurriedly replied. After waiting for Seito to completely enter the room, he gently closed the door, turned around and quickly walked away from the room. It wasn't until 10 minutes later that he brought a beautiful female staff member back to Seito's room. "My lord." The staff member and the female staff member he brought called out together. "Well, not bad. You can leave." Seito looked at the female staff member up and down, nodded and said to the staff member, "Yes." The staff member didn't say much after receiving the order. He quickly agreed, turned around and left Seito's room, and tactfully closed the door. "Do you know how to massage?" Seito looked at the somewhat reserved female staff member and asked. "Yes." The female staff member subconsciously replied. "Well, give me a massage." After receiving the answer, Seito put the katana on the bed, took off his clothes, and lay down on the soft bed. He said to the female staff member, "Yes." Seeing that things weren't as she thought, the female staff member was relieved. She quickly walked to the bed, took off her shoes, and climbed onto the bed. She knelt beside Seito and began to massage Seito. "Use more strength." He felt the hands on his back constantly kneading. Seito said softly as he closed his eyes to rest. "Yes." The female staff member immediately agreed. After that, Seito slowly enjoyed the female staff member's massage. Dang dang dang. Not knowing how long it had been, a knock on the door woke Ito-sei up. "Come in," Seito said. Creak. A light sound was heard. Augustine, who was wearing a black suit, pushed the door open and walked in. "Sir." As soon as he entered the room, he saw Ito-sei lying on the bed and Augustine, a female staff member who was massaging Ito-sei, riding on his back. She was only wearing a set of black underwear with lace edges and nude stockings. Augustine immediately lowered her head and called out cautiously, "Hello, Mr. Ito. What's the matter?" Seito asked. "Everyone, we've found the news of Juga Hall." Augustine quickly replied when he heard the question. "Is that so?" Seito waved his hand to stop the female staff member who was massaging him. He turned over and sat up on the bed. He took his clothes and said casually, "Yes, I've already asked the intelligence personnel to confirm it. The news is accurate," Augustine said with certainty. "Very good. Take me there. Seito stretched out his hand and grabbed the katana. Yes. Augustine replied. Then he turned around and walked out of the room. He took Seito, who came out of the room, to the underground parking lot. They got into a business car that had already been prepared and drove to the location of Kuga Hall at high speed. As the saying goes, it's easy to do things with special privileges. Under the influence of the strange camera hanging on the car, the speeding car quickly arrived at the location of Kuga Hall. Where is he? Augustine, who found the surveillance personnel, quickly asked. Over there. The surveillance personnel didn't beat around the bush. He directly pointed to Kuga Hall's Kuga Hall, who was sitting on a bench and licking ice cream. This old man's behavior is comparable to Fenglin Temple's Hayato. Seito, who looked at the surveillance personnel's finger, chuckled. You guys stay away. Seito ordered. Then, he grasped the scabbard in his hand and slowly walked out of his hiding place. He walked towards Kuga Hall. Seeing Seito walking straight towards him, Danchi's eyes flashed, and then he changed back to his previous appearance, a leisurely old man eating ice cream. The old man is alone. Seito chuckled as he walked over to Seito's side and sat down beside him. What did you say? Juga Hall flicked Chi's ear and said loudly. Old master. Don't pretend. We're all smart people, Seito said with a smile. The ice cream is very sweet and delicious. Joha Hall said incongruously. It seems that if I don't tell you something practical, you won't talk to me. Seito glanced at Juga Hall and sighed. Then, he moved his body and said in a low voice, I was just introducing myself. I am your granddaughter Juga Hall's boyfriend. My name is Seito. Hearing this, Juga Hall's Danchi, who was eating ice cream, immediately stopped. He said in a deep voice, Boy, if you dare to touch my granddaughter, I will let you experience what hell is. Old master, what are you talking about? My relationship with Xiaoyao is not good. How can I hurt her? You think too much. Seito completely ignored Juga Hall's Danchi's threat and said softly with a smile. Then, without waiting for Juga Hall's Danchi to speak, he said again, But this time, I'm not here to talk about Xiaoyao, but to talk about something else. If you want me to join the dark weapon group, then don't say it. I will not join you. Juga Hall's Danchi said firmly. I know this, so I don't expect you to agree. Seito turned his head and looked at the hiding place of the surveillance personnel, and said lightly. Hearing Seito's words, Juga Hall's Danchi looked at Seito strangely and made a soft sound full of doubts. But before we talk about business, old master, accompany me to put on a show. Seito stood up from the bench and slowly pulled out his katana. Juga Hall's Danchi, who finished eating the ice cream in his hand, jumped off the bench and looked at Seito and said, Well, let me see what kind of person you are. You dare to approach my granddaughter without permission. Look, what are those two people doing over there? Are they filming? The passers-by who saw Seito and Juga Hall's Danchi in the resting square said curiously. I don't see any cameras around. Another shrewd passerby turned his head and looked around and said, Is that young man a new star? He looks very temperamental. A female passerby said, Mom, what are those two people doing over there? A child pointed at the confrontation between Seito and Juga Hall's Danchi and said. In short, all kinds of speculations were echoing among the crowd in the square. Ha! At this time, Ito-sei let out a low roar and suddenly stepped forward. He suddenly stabbed towards the chest of Kuga Hall's Danchi. Seeing the attack coming, Juga Hall's Danchi didn't panic. Like a child playing with a stick, he held the stick in one hand and hit Seito's katana with the head of the stick. A strange force instantly hit Seito's katana and hit the air beside Juga Hall's Danchi. Then Juga Hall's Danchi quickly jumped up. He swung the stick toward Seito's cheekbone. Seito, whose body was still in the momentum of the stab, quickly lowered his head and brushed past the stick, avoiding Juga Halsdanchi's attack. But how could Juga Halsdanchi, who was comparable to the masters of Liangshan Lake, be so easy to avoid? The moment the stick missed, his left hand immediately slapped on top of Sei Ito's head. While pushing Sei Ito's body down, he used Sei Ito's head as a support point to flip in the air and land behind Sei Ito. He swung the stick towards Sei Ito's left knee joint. Bang! Sei Ito, whose body was under the influence of Juga Halsdanchi, had no room to dodge. He was hit by the stick, and a piercing pain was instantly transmitted from his left knee to Sei Ito's heart. This old man is really ruthless. Is it really because of Juga Hal? Sei Ito, who took the hit, slightly twitched the corner of his mouth and thought in his heart. However, Sei Ito, who didn't want to be hit by Juga Halsdanchi, didn't retract his left leg. He directly shook his wrist and threw the long sword. Then, he held the long sword's hilt with his palm and bent his arm to stab behind him. Clang! Seeing the tip of the sword stabbing towards Sei Ito's armpit, Juga Halsdanchi immediately gave up the continuous attacks that he was going to continue to exert on Sei Ito's body. He stepped back and raised the stick, using the stick to hit the blade, and pushed the long sword away from his eyes. Sei Ito, who felt the force on the blade, immediately gave up the control of the long sword. He raised his arm in the direction of the external force, twisted his waist, and kicked the short Juga Halsdanchi. Purring! Just like Sei Ito, Juga Halsdanchi, who focused on speed, waved his arm. After completing the task of hitting the long sword, he used the stick to hit the back of Sei Ito's foot. Sei Ito's kick was deflected. Then, Juga Halsdanchi held the stick horizontally. His left palm fiercely pressed on the end of the stick's circular cross-section and pushed hard. The long stick was like a cannonball that hit Sei Ito's back waist. F***CK. Is this the strength of Liangshan Lake's ultimate master? Is it so exaggerated? Sei Ito, whose body was pushed forward a few steps by the stick, was shocked in his heart. Then, Sei Ito fiercely stopped and turned around. He frowned and looked at Juga Halsdanchi, who was holding the stick and standing in the same place like an ordinary little old man with a cane. Who? Then, Sei Ito suddenly exhaled a long breath of turbid air. With a solemn expression, he set up the sword and pointed at Juga Halsdanchi. Oh? Are you going to be serious? Juga Halsdanchi blinked and said, Shrink the ground. At this time, Sei Ito's figure flashed and suddenly appeared in front of Juga Halsdanchi. He slashed at Juga Halsdanchi's neck with the back of the sword. Seeing this, Juga Halsdanchi didn't move his feet and didn't move his body. He directly raised the stick to meet the back of Sei Ito's sword. Then, with a soft sound, Sei Ito's back of the sword suddenly hit Juga Halsdanchi's shoulder. It was just that Juga Halsdanchi's reaction was too fast. The moment the back of the sword hit his body, he immediately lowered his shoulder to reduce the force and flashed back out of the range of the long sword. Using the momentum to interfere with my judgment? This kid really has some skills. Juga Halsdanchi looked at Sei Ito and praised. Compared to the old man, I'm still far behind. Sei Ito set up the sword again and looked at Juga Halsdanchi, who was still standing loosely and without any posture, and said, So, I hope the old man can give me some advice. After that, he stepped on the ground and rushed in front of Juga Halsdanchi again with the technique of shrinking the ground. Then, he raised his sword and slashed at Sei Ito's movement. Chapter 661. However, just as the slash was about to be completed, Sei Ito used his arms to stop the momentum of the sword. Then, at the moment when Juga Halsdanchi was about to hit him, he used the technique he learned from Tanaka-miun to leave behind an imposing aura. Then, he once again flashed to the back of Juga Halsdanchi and used a blade back strike on Juga Halsdanchi's back. He didn't even use his perception. He directly discovered Kogahal Danchi, who was attacking him from behind. Using one foot as a support, he quickly turned around and faced Sei Ito behind him. Then, he waved his staff and hit the back of Sei Ito's blade. With great force, he smashed the blade toward Sei Ito's chest. Opportunity! Seeing this, Sei Ito's heart moved. While he increased the strength of his arm to control the blade, he raised his leg and kicked Kogahal Danchi's head. "Oh boy, are you using a weapon or an empty hand? Why are your moves so strange?" Kogahal Danchi, who withdrew his staff and stepped back to avoid Sei Ito's kick, looked at Sei Ito strangely and said with a frown, "Hee, old man, why do you care if I'm empty-handed or using a weapon? As long as the move is useful and can deal with the current situation, it's a good move for me." Sei Ito said with a smile. "Yes, no matter what move it is, as long as the move is useful, it's a good move." Hearing Sei Ito's answer, Kogahal Danchi said with a tone full of praise, "Old man, let's continue." At this time, Sei Ito, who was gradually getting excited, said with a smile. Then, regardless of Kogahal Danchi's reaction, his body directly disappeared from the place. When he reappeared, there were 4 or 5 Sei Ito, who looked the same, but had different movements, surrounding Kogahal Danchi. "You're very skilled in using your aura, boy." Seeing this scene, Kogahal Danchi, who was also a little serious, finally put on a staff posture and spread out his aura to sense the situation around him. Then, Hisagawan Danchi lowered his body and spun around at high speed like a small child, causing the staff in his hand to sweep 360 degrees around his body. He swept the legs of Sei Ito, who had invaded his space. Seeing this, Sei Ito immediately stopped his attack. He jumped up from the ground and used a common karate triangular kick to kick Danchi. After finishing sweeping the floor, Seiki's body straightened. He held the staff in front of him with both hands and used it to block Sei Ito's kick. Then, when the rod bent due to the force of Sei Ito's flying kick, he suddenly used a backward step to turn his body sideways, and at the same time released the hand holding the bottom of the rod. Taking advantage of the inertia of the rod, he whipped Sei Ito's body in midair. Bang! A muffled sound immediately rang in the ears of Sei Ito and Sei Ito. Sei Ito, who used the scabbard as a shield to protect his left arm to block the rod's whipping, instantly flew in front of Sei Ito. But before Sei Ito's body regained its freedom, Sei Ito had already arrived at Sei Ito's side. He jumped up in midair and used all the strength in his body to support the staff in his hand. He raised his arms high and slammed it down on Sei Ito's shoulder. Sei Ito Ryuji Shanyun! Bang! A heavy muffled sound immediately rang from Sei Ito's shoulder that was hit. Sei Ito, who was attacked, first dropped his shoulder down to prolong the duration of the attack, then his body began to rotate along with the fall of his arm. Then, as an extension of the staff's strength, he used his palm to support himself on the ground, completely guiding the staff's strength to the ground. Bang! As Sei Ito's palm fell to the ground, a sudden explosion sounded on the solid cement ground. A small irregular crack mark instantly appeared on the cement ground with Sei Ito's palm as the center. Then, Sei Ito, who had diverted most of the staff's strength, continued to turn his body and stood up from the ground. "It hurts," Sei Ito, who was once again confronting Sei Ito, slightly moved his shoulder that was hit. He frowned and thought. "Great diverting technique," Sei Ito praised as he looked at the cracks that appeared on the ground. "Today, no matter what, I must hit this old guy once." Ito Sei directly ignored the praise of Hikakuhal and said fiercely in his heart. After thinking, Sei Ito's wrist shook, and a stream of chi instantly flowed out of his palm. In the blink of an eye, it covered the entire blade, like a mist slowly flowing on the blade. As a master, perceiving the changes in the surrounding chi had almost become an instinct. Therefore, as soon as Sei Ito's side changed, Sei Ito found the source from his perception. filling the blade with chi to increase the sharpness of the blade. Seito speculated with his understanding of martial arts and chi application in the world of the strongest disciple in history. Old man, be careful. Seito, who was slowly sheathing the long blade, reminded him. Sheathing the blade? Do you want to use the katana? Seito didn't care too much about Seito's reminder. He just frowned and looked at Seito's movements. Bang! At this time, a crisp sound of metal clashing suddenly sounded. A crescent-shaped blade chi that was invisible to the naked eye rushed out from Seito's blade and quickly cut towards Seito's body. However, although the saber energy couldn't be seen, the cracks cut on the ground when the saber energy moved were clearly visible. What's more, as a master, his perception of danger was very strong. Therefore, the moment the saber energy was about to reach him, he immediately jumped to the side and avoided the path of the saber energy. So dangerous! Seito exhaled. But before he finished exhaling, Seito's figure had already appeared beside him and hit Seito's neck with the back of his blade. Bang! This time, Seito didn't use his momentum to confuse Seito. Instead, Seito let Seito easily block the back of his blade with the stick. But in the next moment, Seito's left hand suddenly waved, and a slender black shadow quickly attacked Seito's waist. Seito, who sensed the attack from the air circle, immediately put the stick in front of him to block Seito's previous back of the blade. Then, he used the stick as an external force to support his body. He lifted his foot and bent his knee, using the sole of his foot to block Seito's attack. Seeing that the sudden attack of the scabbard was blocked, Seito wasn't depressed. His right hand holding the blade suddenly bent and exposed his elbow. At the same time, the back of the blade rotated against the body of the stick. He bent his elbow and hit Seito's cheek. At the same time, his right leg stepped forward, and his left leg bent. His knee and elbow hit Seito's chest. The moment Seito blocked Seito's elbow with his left palm, Seito's chest was immediately hit by Seito's knee. At the same time, his body flew back uncontrollably. Iduse, who had finally succeeded, was not going to let it go. His left leg quickly landed on the ground, and with the shrinking technique, he suddenly rushed to the front of Kuga Hall Danchi, who was still flying in the air. He waved his arms like a crazy double-sword swordsman, using the back of his sword and the scabbard to attack Kuga Hall Danchi from head to toe. However, although Seito was in the air, his air circle wasn't affected at all. His arms swung the stick continuously, and received all of Seito's continuous attack. Even if Seito used his momentum to create a fake attack to confuse Seito's perception, it was still the same. Bang! After a while, with a muffled sound, Seito and Seito's figures suddenly separated. They both retreated a distance and confronted each other again. Phew! It's not easy. Staring at Seito, who was staring at Seito, Seito softly exhaled, and said to himself in his heart. Then, he gathered his ki and sent his voice into Seito's ears. Old man, the show is almost over. It's time to end it. Seito blinked when he heard this, responding to Seito's words. Obviously, he didn't master this kind of ki-gathering technique. It seems that not everyone can use this technique. No wonder it can become one of the 108 ultimate techniques of the invincible Superman Feng Lin Temple's Falcon. Seito sighed in his heart when he saw this. When we fight later, I'll purposely take your attack and pretend that I'm seriously injured and can't fight anymore and stay here. Then, old man, you can knock out or get rid of these people and leave here. Just wait for me to find you. Then Seito calmed down and once again gathered his ki and said to Seito. Seito blinked his eyes, indicating that he understood Seito's plan. Old man, let's decide the winner with one blow, Seito said to Seito while looking at Seito, and immediately put on a double sword fighting posture. Well, it just so happens that this old man has exercised enough. It's time to leave here and go back to rest. Seito lowered his waist and sat on the horse, holding a stick sideways, and said to Seito, "Ha! Chaotic sword strike." At this time, Seito shouted in a low voice. His body suddenly appeared in front of Seito, waving his arms like the wind and using the back of the sword and the scabbard to hit Seito's body. Seito hid an extreme hell pillow. Seito also shouted in a low voice, using his ki to drive the long stick in his hand to make all kinds of incredible curve. While blocking Seito's chaotic sword strike, he also took the time to hit Seito's body. Pung 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 pung. In an instant, a large number of muffled sounds came from the place where Seito and Seito were fighting. Boom. Then, with a loud explosion, Seito and Seito's figures suddenly separated from each other. Seito jumped back, while Seito's body was lying flat as he flew out from the fighting circle. Plop, hua. After flying out a certain distance, Seito's body fell heavily to the ground, and then, as if pushed by an invisible force, he slid back a certain distance. Chapter 662. F***ck. This old man is really ruthless. He must be unhappy that I seduced his granddaughter, so he took the opportunity to vent his anger. Itosei, who was lying on his back on the ground and gasping for breath as if he had been badly hurt, thought to himself indignantly, "But it doesn't matter. Since you did that to me, I will flirt with your granddaughter. Let's see who will win in the end." Humph. Koga Kendanchi looked at Seito, who was lying on the ground, and snorted coldly. Then he turned his head and looked at the hiding place of the surveillance personnel. After quietly staring there for a moment, he retracted his gaze, turned around, and quickly left the scene of the battle. In the blink of an eye, he completely disappeared from the surveillance personnel's sight. Sir. More than a minute after Koga Kendanchi left, Augustine and the surveillance personnel dared to carefully run to Seito's side and called out with concern. Seito, who took a deep breath and sat up from the ground, frowned and let out a muffled groan. Sir. Augustine reached out to support Seito and called out, "Send me to the nearest hotel." Seito, who stood up from the ground with Augustine's help, ordered in a deep voice, "Sir, are we not going back to the stronghold? There is the most advanced medical equipment there that can help Sir treat physical injuries." Augustine said hesitantly, "Don't talk nonsense, do as I say." Seito turned his head and stared at Augustine's eyes and said coldly, "Yes." Augustine was frightened by Seito's emotionless eyes, so he didn't dare to talk nonsense and immediately responded loudly. Then Augustine and the surveillance personnel carried Seito back to the MPV they came in. The driver drove Seito to the nearest three-star hotel and booked a luxurious single room. Seito, who put the sword aside and sat on the bed, looked at Augustine in front of him and said, "You can go back. If there is any news about the old man, immediately inform me. Understand?" "Yes, sir," Augustine replied. "Go," Seito said lightly. Augustine bowed slightly to Seito. He turned around and left the hotel and drove back to his dark's stronghold in Philippine. "Augustine, Hananamo-sama is looking for you." Just shortly after Augustine returned to the stronghold. A burly man with a square face, strong lines, and a crew cut. A man in a black suit with a scar over his left eye said coldly as he approached Augustine. "Hananamo-sama?" Augustine's expression changed when he heard the man's words. The man didn't speak. He quietly stared at Augustine, but a chilling aura had unknowingly enveloped Augustine's body. As long as Augustine made the slightest mistake, the scarred man would immediately attack him. "I got it. Let's go." Augustine calmed himself down and said with a fleeting gaze. The man with the scar, who got the ideal answer, didn't say anything and turned around directly. He took Augustine to the room where Hananamo was. After a while, the two came to a luxuriously decorated room, and then the figure of Hananamo, who was naked and soaked in a large pool with several bikini beauties serving him, came into Augustine's sight. Hananamo-sama. Augustine bowed his head and greeted. Where is that person? Hananamo stared at Augustine and asked softly. He's here, he's in room XXX at XXXX Street. Augustine, who was trembling under Hananamo's stare, said in a trembling voice. How is he? Hananamo asked again. His injury is very serious. He has basically lost his combat ability. Even going to the hotel was done with the help of me and the surveillance personnel. Since he had already said it, Augustine put away the hesitation in his heart and simply told Hananamo what he saw. Ha 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 ha, good, very good, that's great. After listening to Augustine's description, Hananamo stood up from the pool and raised his head and laughed. Prepare the car. Hananamo, who stepped out of the pool and enjoyed the service of several bikini beauties, said. Yes. The man with the scar bowed his head and agreed, then turned and walked out of the luxurious room to prepare the car for Hananamo. Augustine, you come with me. After a while, Hananamo, who was dressed under the service of several bikini beauties, took his weapon and walked out of the luxurious room while speaking to Augustine, who was standing with his head down. Yes, Master Hananamo. Augustine agreed respectfully, then when Hananamo walked in front of him, he carefully followed Hananamo to the underground parking lot with a humble look, got into the car prepared by the man with the scar, and was driven by the man with the scar to the XXX Hotel on XXXX Street. With Augustine's guidance, the car quickly drove into XXXX Street and stopped at the gate of the XXX Hotel. Augustine then led the way and led Hananamo and the man with the scar to the room where Seito was. Mustafa, you stand guard outside and don't let anyone in. Hananamo, who was standing outside the door, ordered the man with the scar. Yes. Mustafa responded in a deep voice. Augustine, you come in with me. Then Hananamo said to Augustine again. Yes, Master Hananamo. Augustine responded. Open the door. Hananamo, who had finished instructing, said. Augustine, who received the order, did not talk nonsense. He directly took out the key that he obtained through extraordinary means from his pocket, inserted it into the door lock, and gently twisted it to open the door. Then Augustine took the lead, followed by Hananamo, and strode into the room. You're finally here. As soon as they entered the room, Seito's voice immediately rang in the ears of Hananamo and Augustine. At this time, Seito's face was full of vigor. He was sitting on a round low-back chair with clean clothes, flipping a poker card with the face of Ace of Diamonds in his hand. He looked at Hananamo and Augustine with a faint smile on his face. He did not look like he was seriously injured and unable to fight. You're not injured? Hananamo stared at Seito with a gloomy face and asked. That's not it. I'm still a little injured, but it's a little different from what you expected. Seito looked at Hananamo and chuckled. But if I didn't disguise myself more seriously, why would you come to me on your own accord, don't you think? Hearing this, Hananamo immediately set his cold gaze on Augustine beside him. Master Hananamo, I didn't lie to you. When I reported to you, he was indeed seriously injured and looked like he was unable to fight again. As for why he is like this now, I don't know. Augustine, who saw Hananamo's gaze fall on him, immediately knelt on the ground with a plop and explained anxiously with a crying face. Humph, I don't think you have the guts. Hananamo stared coldly at Augustine for a few seconds, then snorted coldly and looked back at Seito. Do you have any last words? Seito reached out and took a poker card on the short table beside him and played with it in his hand. You're the one who has to say your last words. Hananamo roared angrily and shook his arms to shake the iron rod hidden in his sleeves into his hands. Then his body suddenly appeared in front of Seito and his arms smashed towards Seito's head like a drum. Pung 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 pung. In the next second, Sei Ito's figure suddenly disappeared in front of Hananamo, leaving only the scattered poker cards flying in front of him. Double wrap hands. Sei Ito, who reappeared behind Hananamo, gently placed his hands on Hananamo's back and activated his chi to attack Hananamo in front of him. What? Hananamo, who was attacked by this chi, suddenly straightened his body and spat out a large mouthful of red blood. Then Sei Ito quickly stepped back and moved his arms. Using Taiji Fist, he spread out his chi field and pulled the scattered poker cards in front of him. Then, he used the tremor force to shake these poker cards away. Whoosh 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 whoosh. Under the influence of the tremor force, the poker cards flew towards Hananamo's body like sharp darts. Ha! Hananamo, who was suppressing his internal injuries with his aura, abruptly stood up from the ground. With a loud roar, he swung the two short sticks in a circle around his body, blocking all the cards that were flying at him. Dragon-shaped Qigong needle forging technique. Sei Ito, who also knew that the poker cards used by the tremor force could not cause any harm to Hananamo, suddenly lowered his waist into a horse stance. A rotating circular force immediately rose from Sei Ito's feet, moved up his legs to his waist, then to his shoulders, and finally moved to his fist. Then, like an extremely condensed energy beam, it fiercely rushed out from his fist and blasted towards Hananamo, who was not far away. Boom! With a loud explosion, the condensed chi force formed by the dragon-shaped Qigong needle forging technique fiercely bombarded the middle of the iron rods that Hananamo hastily crossed in front of him. The iron rods were pushed into Hananamo's chest, and then Hananamo's body crashed into the wall behind him, creating a huge dent in the wall. Wah! After receiving another heavy blow, Hananamo's chi force trembled, and he spat out a mouthful of red blood again. At this time, Hananamo suddenly felt his vision go black. Sei Ito's figure suddenly appeared in front of him, and used the double wind-piercing ears to hit both sides of Hananamo's head. No matter what, Hananamo was still a master. Even if he was seriously injured, his reaction was not slow. Moreover, under the stimulation of this potentially fatal danger, his movements were even faster. Before Sei Ito's arms were about to reach him, he immediately raised his arms to block Sei Ito's forearm that swept horizontally, blocking the double wind-piercing ears. Chapter 663. P.S. Thank you to ++++DF and Isaiah1 for their precious monthly vote. Thank you to 157747860, Nickfanny, and Awkward Little One for their tip. Bang! In the next second, a muffled sound suddenly rang out from the room. Just as Hananamo raised his arms to block Sei Ito's incoming arms, Sei Ito's palms immediately changed from slapping to hugging his head. Then, the moment his hands hugged the back of Hananamo's head, he bent his knees and hit the bridge of Hananamo's nose with a head-hugging knee strike from Muay Thai. Aha! The bridge of his nose that could not be reached no matter how hard he trained was immediately fractured by Sei Ito's knee strike. The resulting pain immediately caused Hananamo to instinctively groan in pain. Then, Sei Ito raised his left leg high and stepped on Hananamo's body. Using Hananamo's body as a stepping stone, he directly somersaulted back to the ground and punched Hananamo's open chest and abdomen again. Boom! An explosion instantly sounded from the point where Sei Ito's fist landed. A white circle of air visible to the naked eye appeared around Sei Ito's fist at the same time. A slender condensed energy immediately rushed out from Sei Ito's fist and blasted straight into Hananamo's body. Then, it rushed out from his back and blasted a huge hole in the cracked and sunken wall behind Hananamo. Through this hole, one could see the situation in the opposite room. Wah! After receiving this blow, Hananamo, who was injured on top of his injuries, opened his mouth and vomited a large mouthful of red blood. Farewell, Mr. Hananamo. Seito said indifferently as Hananamo instinctively leaned forward due to the blow to his abdomen and grabbed Hananamo's throat. No, don't kill me. Hananamo, whose one eye was swollen and half closed and blood flowed from his mouth and nose, begged for mercy in a trembling voice. If you hadn't come looking for me this time, I wouldn't have taken the previous unpleasantness to heart. But since you want to take the opportunity to put me to death, if that's the case, I don't mind sending you to heaven. So, if you want to beg for mercy, you should go to Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva. Seito chuckled and said indifferently. Then he stopped listening to Hananamo's urgent pleading. He exerted force with his wrist and broke Hananamo's neck. Plop. After that, Seito, who had killed Hananamo, loosened his grip. Hananamo's corpse, whose head was strangely twisted and whose face was still filled with unwillingness and resentment, fell heavily to the ground. It made a muffled sound when it hit the ground. Seito turned around and looked at Augustine, who was in a daze. "Milord, please spare my life. It's not that I want to betray you, milord. It's that guy, Hananamo, who forced me, so please, please let me go." Agitated by Seito's gaze, Augustine, who regained his senses, immediately kowtowed to Seito. In the process of kowtowing, he said to Seito in a sobbing tone, "Raise your head and look at me." Seito quietly looked at Augustine, who was kneeling there and kowtowing and begging for mercy. He ordered. Augustine, who heard the order, was taken aback. He instinctively raised his head and looked at Seito. Then, Augustine's expression froze. His pupils immediately dilated, and he looked like a person in a vegetative state. A moment later. With a soft sound, Augustine, whose eyes were lifeless, immediately recovered from his empty and deathly stillness. "Milord." Augustine, who had recovered, bowed to Seito and called out. Seito ignored Augustine. He directly opened the Rubik's Cube world and took Hananamo's body into it. He broke it down into the most basic elemental matter and put it into the land of the Rubik's Cube continent. Then, Seito walked past Augustine and went straight to the door. He used his mind power to lock onto the scar-faced man, Mustafa, who was still guarding outside, and activated instant transmission to transfer him into the room. Poof! The moment Mustafa's body solidified, Seito's palm immediately pierced through the skin on Mustafa's chest and into his chest. Then, Seito pulled out his palm, and a heart that was still beating appeared in his palm. Mustafa, who only just reacted at this moment, looked at the beating heart in Seito's hand with a stunned expression. He opened his mouth and fell backward to the ground with a dull thud. "Augustine, go back. You don't need me to teach you what to say, do you?" Seito, who casually threw away the heart, said to Augustine, who was still kneeling in the same place and did not dare to move at all. "Yes, milord." Augustine used his knees as his feet to turn his body around and face Seito. "Go," Seito said. "Yes, milord." Augustine responded respectfully. Then, he slowly stood up from the ground, walked past Seito with trembling legs, and left the room. "It's time to talk to that old man Danchi at Kuga Hall." Seito, who casually glanced at the situation in the room, thought to himself. Then, he activated instant transmission and disappeared from the room. Following the spiritual imprint left on Danchi at Kuga Hall during the battle, Seito finally arrived near Danchi's current location after several instant transmissions. Then, Seito stopped instant transmission and walked to Danchi's location. A few minutes later, Seito stood in front of a very simple shack. "Old man, I'm here." Seito did not knock on the door to remind him, nor did he wait for Danchi's invitation. He reached out and opened the wooden door as if they were familiar with each other. "Kid, you are very rude." Danchi, who was sitting cross-legged on a bed, looked at Seito, who came in from the door, and said. Seito did not care about Danchi's words. He pulled over the only chair in the room and sat down. He crossed his legs and crossed his hands on his legs. He looked at Danchi with a smile and said, "Old man, do you still want to continue this kind of life?" Danchi did not speak. He just looked at Sei Ito quietly, waiting for him to continue. "If you are tired of this kind of life full of struggle, I have a way to make the people of Dark never find you again, so that you can live quietly with Xiaoyao. I don't know if you want to hear it." Sei Ito continued. "Why did you join the Dark weapon group?" Danchi did not follow Sei Ito's words, but suddenly asked. "Because there is something I want in the Dark weapon group." Sei Ito was not annoyed and replied with a chuckle. "What is the relationship between you and my granddaughter Xiaoyao?" Danchi asked again in a deep voice, "What is your purpose in approaching her?" "It's like I said before. Xiaoyao is my girlfriend, and I don't have any purpose in approaching her, because before I joined the Dark weapon group, Xiaoyao was already my woman. So you can rest assured that I will not hurt Xiaoyao. If someone wants to do anything to Xiaoyao, I will not hesitate to destroy them." Sei Ito shrugged his shoulders slightly. He replied with a smile. Hearing this, Danchi Jingjing looked at Sei Ito for a moment. Seeing that Sei Ito was still smiling, he nodded slightly. He nodded slightly and said, "Tell me about your method." Hearing Danchi Jingjing's question, Sei Ito's smile became wider, and his eyes were half-curved as he said, "I will take you to a place. You may feel something strange later, so please don't resist." "I see." Hijayawan Danchi frowned slightly, but finally agreed. "Old man, it's starting. Don't resist." Sei Ito connected with the Rubik's Cube and opened the entrance of the Rubik's Cube world to cover Danchi Jingjing and himself. He shouted in a low voice. In the next second, Danchi Jingjing and Sei Ito's figures disappeared from the simple shack together. "Old man, we're here." Sei Ito, who was hovering over the southern ecological city with Danchi Jingjing, said with a smile. "Where is this place?" Danchi Jingjing, who was still sitting cross-legged in the air, turned his head and looked around, frowning as he asked in a deep voice. "This is a world that completely belongs to me." Sei Ito turned his head and looked at Danchi Jingjing with a smile, then pointed his finger below and continued, "Old man, please look under your feet." Danchi Jingjing, who got the hint, immediately looked down. Immediately, a well-planned modern city with a huge area and a small crowd of people bustling with life appeared in the eyes of Kugahal's Danchi, which shocked his mind. However, after a short shock, he recovered from the shock and looked at Ito Sei with burning eyes. "Ha, ha, 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 ha." Here, I think no matter how huge the intelligence network of the Dark is, no matter how powerful they won't be able to disturb your life anymore, right? Ito Sei's eyes flashed as he looked at Kugahal's Danchi. "Yes." Danchi Jingjing, who looked at Sei Ito for a moment, nodded and said, "Now, let's go down and arrange a temporary residence for you. After a few months, I will send you and your dojo, then you can move back." Sei Ito said. Danchi Jingjing, who was full of curiosity about everything here, naturally didn't intend to refuse. He let Sei Ito take him to the city below, and then temporarily put him in the spare dormitory of the Central Academy. "You arranged me here for a purpose, right?" Danchi Jingjing walked to the window of the dormitory and looked at the students who were practicing martial arts on the field. "Yes." Sei Ito didn't intend to hide his thoughts, so he simply admitted it. "The reason why I arranged you here is that you can guide the students of the weapon class in your spare time, so that they can get better guidance. You are very attentive to them." After listening to Sei Ito's explanation, Danchi Jingjing said, "After all, these people are my people. If they are strong, it means that I am strong. Who knows when I might need them?" Sei Ito walked slowly to the window and looked through the window at the students who were practicing martial arts outside. "Well, I won't disturb you anymore. I still have some things to deal with outside, so I will leave first." Then Seito turned to look at Danchi Jingjing and said. After saying that, his figure flashed and disappeared in front of Danchi Jingjing. It's been almost a month since I came out. It's time to go back and see Saraji, Xiaoyao, and Haori. Seito, who reappeared in the shack of the strongest disciple in history, sighed. Transformation Jutsu. Then Seito made a seal with one hand and mobilized the energy in his body to activate the transformation jutsu, turning himself into Danchi Jingjing. If I want to go back, I must first restore a certain degree of freedom. What's currently restricting me is the mission to hunt down Danchi Jingjing. As long as I destroy Philibin's stronghold, this mission will be temporarily put aside, and I can take the opportunity to return to Japan and temporarily return to an idle state. Seito, who used wood release to create a thin wooden stick in his hand, thought to himself as he walked out of the shack. It's just that I can't destroy the stronghold by myself. Fortunately, Danchi Jingjing has a record of destroying the dark stronghold before, so I can make good use of it. After thinking, Seito, who had transformed into Danchi Jingjing, immediately activated his instant transmission ability and moved toward Philibin's stronghold where he was previously staying. Soon, Seito appeared outside the gate of Philibin's stronghold. Sacred Martial Immortal Kill. Then let's go with, oh Sacred Martial Immortal Kill. Looking up at the dark stronghold in front of him, Seito withdrew his gaze and walked into the stronghold. As soon as he entered the stronghold, Seito waved the stick in his hand and went all the way up from the hall on the first floor of the stronghold. Along the way, any living person he encountered would be knocked out by ordinary people with a stick, making them lose the ability to resist. As for samurai, they would directly break their limbs and make them lose the ability to move. At the same time, they would destroy all the important facilities and documents they saw along the way until the entire stronghold was completely destroyed. Tell the guys behind you not to trouble this old man, otherwise, I don't mind doing this a few more times. Seito, who had destroyed the stronghold, imitated the sound of Danchi Jingjing's voice and said to the several men in black lying on the ground in front of him, groaning in pain. Humph! Then Seito snorted coldly, stepped on the bodies of these men in black, and came to the elevator. He took the elevator back to the ground and left the stronghold like an idle old man taking a walk. He mixed into the nearby crowd and completely disappeared. Exposed. After a while, Seito, who was separated from the crowd again, lifted the effect of the transformation technique and returned to his original appearance. Then, Seito activated instant transmission again and arrived outside Philibin International Airport more than 2 minutes later. He took out the excellent passport made by the Dark organization, bought a ticket and flew back to Nippon. Let's go and see Danchi Jingjing first. It just so happens that her grandfather is in the Rubik's Cube world. Let them meet, Seito thought as he walked out of the airport and got into the taxi outside the airport. Chapter 664. Sir, we're here. As the car shook slightly, the taxi driver turned to Seito, who was sitting in the back seat and resting with his eyes closed, and said, "How much?" Seito, who opened his eyes, turned to look outside. After confirming that they had indeed arrived at the dojo, he asked, 17,320. The taxi driver said. Seito, who got the answer, directly took out 2 $10,000 notes and handed it to the taxi driver. After the taxi driver gave him the change, he opened the door and got out of the taxi. After quietly glancing at the wooden signboard with the words Joha Hall written in black calligraphy, he slowly walked into the training hall where faint shouts could be heard. Hey! Huh! As Seito approached, the faint shouting immediately became clear. The horse stance must be stable, the arms must be straight, and the eyes must be fixed on the head of the staff. Don't look around. Then, the clear and crisp voice of the Joha Hall's master came out from the training hall. Yes. Several mixed male and female voices came out. At this time, Seito's feet finally stepped into the dojo and stood at the door. Seito, there is a guest. At the same time, a sharp-eyed student said to Seito, whose back was facing the dojo's door. Hearing the student's reminder, Seito immediately turned to look at the dojo's door, and then Seito's familiar face instantly came into Seito's sight. Now, let's start the free training. Seito looked at his students again and said loudly, "Yes." Those students responded together. Seeing this, Seito put down his thoughts and carried the stick to Seito. "Why are you here?" Seito asked in a low voice. "Of course, I'm here to see you." Seito glanced at those students whose eyes were full of curiosity and chuckled. Then, his eyes fell on Seito's face and said, "Are you going to talk here?" Seito first looked back at those students, then retracted his gaze, put on his shoes and said, "Come with me." After that, he took Seito and left the dojo. They walked from a stone path next to the dojo to the residence behind the dojo, until they finally stopped in a slightly feminine room. "Is this Xiao Zhao's room?" Seito, who treated this place as his own home, sat on the only bed in the room without the slightest trace of politeness. He looked at the decoration in the room and said, "N." Seito didn't say anything. After all, even his body had been seen by Seito's body. He didn't care about the bed. Therefore, he pulled over a chair and sat down without feeling anything wrong. "Why are you sitting there? Come sit here." When Itose saw that Kogahal was about to sit down, he reached out and grabbed Kogahal's arm. With a slight tug, he pulled Kogahal into his arms. Seito hugged her soft and tight waist and sat on his lap. Feeling the warmth from Seito's body, Seito's cheeks blushed imperceptibly. "When did you come back?" Seito asked. "I just came back. Didn't I come here to see you as soon as I got off the plane?" Seito said with a smile. "Oh." Hearing Seito's answer, Seito's heart was slightly happy. She whispered, "By the way, when will your students end?" Seito asked. "There is no fixed time. In addition to the normal closing time, they can practice whenever they want." Seito said, then looked at Seito with a puzzled look and asked, "What's wrong?" "Nothing, I just want to take you to see someone." Seito shook his head. "See someone? See who?" Seito asked strangely. "Hee, I won't tell you." Seito laughed. Seeing that Seito didn't want to tell her, Seito didn't ask anymore. She just sat quietly in Seito's arms. "Tell me about the situation of your Ragnarok in the past month," Seito said as his palm gently stroked Seito's thigh through the fabric of his trousers. "Ragnarok." Seito frowned and then said, "Now Ragnarok exists in name only. At present, except for the second fist hero, Berserker, and the first fist hero, Odin, who once fought with you. The other fist heroes, including me, have left Ragnarok at this time. Among them, Saroji Hakatori, the sixth fist hero, Tanibensha, and the fifth fist hero, Siegfried, have joined Ragnarok, the enemy organization of Ragnarok, to fight against Ragnarok." Seito added. "So it's like that," Seito said thoughtfully after listening to Seito's statement. "What about you? When and why did you leave Ragnarok?" Seito then looked at Seito and asked Seito. "I left yesterday. As for the reason, it's because I lost to Saroji." Seito turned his head to the side and said softly, "How could that be? Did you go easy on him? And why did you fight with Saroji?" Seito asked with disbelief and doubt. "I didn't go easy on him. Saroji defeated me with his strength." Seito shook his head and continued to explain in a low voice, "As for the reason why I fought with him, it was because I was still a member of Ragnarok at that time. According to Ragnarok's rules for dealing with traitors, I was punishing Saroji." "So after you lost, you left Ragnarok?" Seito asked. Yes. Seito nodded and admitted. Did you use ki when you fought with Saroji? Seito asked again. No. Seito said after a few seconds of silence. Because Saroji hasn't mastered ki, you didn't use ki when you fought with her, right? Seito, who got the answer, couldn't understand Seito's thoughts at that time, so he asked again. Seito didn't say anything. Obviously, he agreed with Seito's deduction. You're too good to Saroji. Seito saw this and shook his head slightly and smiled. What time does your dojo close? Seito didn't pay attention to this question and asked again. Usually at 7:30 in the evening. If there are students who need it, it may be a little later, but it won't be later than 9 o'clock in the evening. Seito answered. So it's like that. Seito nodded and decided. Well, I'll come to your house to pick you up at 8 o'clock in the evening. Are you going to see someone? Seito asked. Yes, I'm going to see someone, and then I'll give you a medicinal bath on the way. Seito answered with a smile. Hearing the word medicinal bath, Hisakoken's cheeks were once again suffused with a faint blush. Seeing Seito like this, Seito's heart skipped a beat, and he kissed Seito's lip. Well, I won't disturb your teaching. If it takes a long time, I don't know what your students will say. After a while, Itose, who was about to let go of Koga Hall, said with a smile. I'll go first. See you tonight. Itose said as he reached out and inserted his hand into the clothes of the Naga Hall's Taoist uniform. He grabbed the soft jade chest of the Naga Hall's Taoist uniform and kneaded it. Then he launched instant transmission and disappeared from the front of the Naga Hall. Seito said that she quit Ragnarok yesterday, which means that the battle with G. Saros also happened yesterday. Then the battle between Ryudo Mayamiya and Byakuin Kenichi in the original novel will happen this afternoon or tomorrow afternoon. Seito thought as he used instant transmission to move to Desolate High School. The distance between Seito and Desolate High School wasn't too far, so Seito only used instant transmission a few times to arrive at Desolate High School. I remember that the battle in the original novel was at an abandoned warehouse similar to a garbage dump, and the only place in the entire county that meets the requirements is at the edge of the county, near the XX River. Seito stood on the school's rooftop and looked to the southwest as he recalled. Thinking of this, Seito once again used instant transmission, and after a few flashes, he arrived at the top of the abandoned warehouse that met the requirement. Then, a large number of armed delinquents came into Seito's sight. It seems that the battle will be held today, Seito whispered as he glanced around and took in the situation of all the delinquents. Sure enough, not long after he finished speaking, the fourth fighter, Rocky, who wore a strange wooden eye patch made of thin bamboo strips and looked like the compound eyes of a fly, led the delinquents surrounding the abandoned warehouse below. They launched a general attack on Shibata Gakume, Shinjima Haruo and his flag-bearer, Matsui, who were hiding in the warehouse at this time. However, although Shinjima Haruo was just an ordinary person, he had the ability to escape comparable to an expert. Therefore, under the siege of these delinquents, he didn't suffer the slightest bit of damage and shuttled through the crowd like a loach. Fortunately, this kind of situation didn't last long, and with a "pa!" with a crisp sound, Rocky, who was the commander of the delinquents, was sent flying by the seventh fist warrior, Thor, who used sumo combat. Sumo combat Thor. Thor, who was holding Shinjima Haruo with one hand, stretched out the other hand, and slightly squatted, said, "Thor, you bastard!" Rocky said with a face full of indignation. "I came at the request of my good friend, Siegfried. From today onwards, I officially join the Neo-White Coalition." Thor said in a sonorous and firm voice, "Humph, so what if you're one more person? Aren't you still going to die in vain? What a fool!" Rocky said sarcastically with a face full of disdain. "Fool! Fool!" Beside Rocky, his loyal subordinate, number 20, repeated. Waha, I'm even more stupid than you. However, it seems that I'm not the only one who's stupid, Thor said loudly as he used sumo combat to defeat the delinquents. Chapter 665. As soon as Thor finished speaking, the former sixth punch hermit, who was wearing a hooded robe and standing on a pile of trash with his arms crossed over his chest, appeared around the abandoned warehouse. He stared at Loki and number 20 with an indifferent expression. What? Loki, who followed Thor's gaze, cried out in surprise. Tsk, you two, it's not enough for you to just leave the twilight of the gods. You even joined the Neo-White Alliance. Then, Loki, who had regained his composure, looked at the sixth fist hermit, Kotani Benshia, and said with a displeased expression. Loki, don't get it wrong, I'm just here to settle old scores with you. Kotani Benshia looked at Loki with contempt and said, You dared to use the name of Fist Saint to order me around, Thor. According to my information, didn't you swear to Bai Bin that you won't fight in the future? Seeing that Kotani Benshia couldn't be reasoned with, Loki turned his head and shouted at Thor, who was fighting with the delinquents. Fight? What nonsense are you talking about? I've been practicing my sumo combat here since just now. Thor, who looked stupid, said shamelessly. Wahahaha, you're right. Loki, if you don't want to be involved in sumo combat, then quickly retreat, do you hear me? Naijima Haruo said arrogantly like a villain who had gained power. Damn it, you're getting more and more arrogant, alien. Loki shouted angrily in a low voice. Then, Loki waved his arm, and two men dressed exactly the same as him, but with different figures and looks, rushed out from behind Loki, holding special electric batons, and rushed towards Kotani Benshia, who hadn't moved since he appeared. Number 3, number 4. Humph. Looking at the two people rushing up, Kotani Benshia immediately snorted coldly. He stretched out his arms sideways and inserted himself into the gap between the two people when they moved. He bent his waist and swung his arm, and hit the two people with a split palm. Number 3 and number 4 were knocked unconscious. Tsk, I'm going to hold a big event next. Loki, who saw number 3 and number 4 were so easily dealt with, muttered in a displeased tone, and then he waved his arm again and shouted, All of you attack. Eyesore. Kotani Benshia, who felt provoked, shouted angrily. In a flash, he leaped into the group of people, spreading his arms or striking, moving his legs or lifting his palms to knock out this group of delinquents who only belonged to the level of a walk-on. This guy is a lot stronger than when he fought with me. Sei Ito, sitting cross-legged on the roof of the abandoned warehouse, and watched the whole situation with his spiritual power. From the fight, Loki found that the extras could not resist at all and quickly rushed down from the garbage heap. Ordered the delinquents. Of Loki was Loki, Loki of the gods. But after seeing the strength of Tanimoto and Thor, the delinquents have long lost the will to fight and did not listen to Loki's command at all. They even turned, under Loki of the hell of the fallen of the of the hell, of them loof the of the of the of the of us, of the of. I'm going back too, another of the delinquents said. But before they could put their words into action, they suddenly saw a man less than 2 meters away from them. He was wearing a white casual suit and a pair of round rimless glasses. Wearing black gloves with Roman letters written on the back of his hand, Ryu Asamiya slowly walked into the junkyard. He was wearing jeans, a casual shirt, and a very British casual jacket. He was blowing bubble gum in his mouth. Second Fist Warrior, the Berserker, looked relaxed. Just kidding, one of the delinquents said with an unnatural expression. Let's go back to our original position immediately, another of the delinquents said. They're finally here. That means Ogata Shinbun, who's also known as the Fist Saint, will be here soon as well. Ito Seigen said to himself when he saw Asamiya Ryudo and the Berserker appear. At that moment, an unexpected scene happened. "Soldiers of the Twilight of the Gods, please come over here." Just as Ryu Asamiya and the Berserker walked past him, Loki suddenly raised his arm and shouted to the delinquents who were fighting. "Recently, our Twilight of the Gods has been suffering defeats. Yesterday, even the third punch, Freya, was defeated. All these defeats show that the first punch, Odin, has no guidance at all." Loki said loudly to the delinquents, as if he was the leader of an uprising who wanted to overthrow the current overlord. "That's right, the Twilight of the Gods is dead." As soon as the words, "the Twilight of the Gods is dead," were uttered, 8 men and women with different outfits, figures, and appearances walked out from the junkyard. They looked down at all the delinquents with lazy and arrogant expressions. "They are the new strongest 8-fist heroes that I secretly gathered and trained," Loki said proudly, as if he was a certain kind of person who was promoting his work. "And the position of the new leader." Loki reached out and took off the strange eye mask that looked like a fly's compound eye. He looked at the expressionless Berserker and said, "Is the most suitable position for you. Berserker, I'm willing to be number 2. "Humph." The Berserker snorted and walked away from Ryu Asamiya without hesitation. He came between the new 8-fist warriors and Loki's group, and let the so-called new 8-fist warriors put on the cape that represented the leader on him. "Now, I declare that the dusk of the holy gods is officially established," Loki said with a complacent look. Seito, who heard Loki announce the name of the organization with his own ears, shook his head and muttered to himself with a sneer, "The Twilight of the Gods is already a name that's asking for death, and you still want to call it holy? If this was a world with gods, it would be strange if they didn't beat you into ashes. Soldiers of the Twilight of the Gods, listen up. I want you to decide which side you want to follow right now." Loki took advantage of the situation and forced the delinquents present. "Do you want to join the Twilight of the Gods led by the Berserker and the new 8-fist warriors? Or do you want to be destroyed together with the old Twilight of the Gods? Make your decision now. I'll say this first. If you follow me, I'll immediately punish them through the fists of the new 8-fist warriors." Loki, who felt that he didn't have enough strength, added. After waiting for a few seconds, seeing that the delinquents were still unwilling to make a choice, Loki said again, "The second fist warrior, the Berserker, is on my side, and Freya was defeated by the Neo-White Alliance. Now, only Odin is left in the old Twilight of the Gods. What are you hesitating for? Surround Odin immediately." Loki ordered loudly when he saw that the delinquents were more and more shaken by his statement. "What a lively key. Are you ready to make a move?" Seito, who sensed the change in Odin's aura through his spiritual perception, said softly. However, before the delinquents could do anything, the Berserker standing beside Loki punched him in the face, causing him to flip over and fall to the ground. Then, the Berserker did not stop. While the new 8-fist warriors were stunned by his actions, he suddenly launched an attack and knocked the so-called new 8-fist warriors unconscious on the spot. Then, the Berserker, who had easily dealt with the so-called new 8-fist warriors, returned to Asamiya Ryudo's side with a calm expression and stood there quietly. Asamiya Ryudo did not show any surprise at this, as if this change was expected. "All right," Asamiya Ryudo said with one hand on his waist. Then, he looked at Loki, who was lying on the ground with one hand covering his nose and mouth, as if he was looking at an ant. "Loki, I've seen through your scheme a long time ago. But even if I don't care about you, the Berserker is not someone you can control." "Berserker, why? Don't you want the position of number 1? Loki looked at the Berserker in confusion and questioned him loudly. "I'm not interested in numbers at all. Besides, I will only be with the people I agree with," the Berserker said indifferently. "Stop joking." Loki, who had received the answer, roared in disbelief and threw a punch at the Berserker. The Berserker did not dodge Loki's attack at all. With just a simple punch, he sent the angry Loki flying and crashing heavily to the ground. Master Loki, Master Loki! Loki's loyal servant, no. 20 ran to the unconscious Loki and shouted, "Hey, Berserker, why did you steal my splintered item?" Tanimoto glared at the Berserker and said unhappily, "Don't worry, Hermit. I'll be your opponent later." The Berserker glanced at Tanimoto and said calmly, as if he was giving alms, "You're good." Tanimoto, who was angered by the Berserker's tone and attitude, said in a low voice, "The farce is over. What are you guys waiting for? Hurry up and surround them, lowly soldiers." Asamiya Ryuta raised his hand and pushed up the glasses on his face as he ordered the dumbfounded delinquents around him. "Comrades, hurry up and surround them." The delinquents, who had recovered from Asamiya Ryuta's shout, immediately turned and ran toward Shinhaku's Nijima Haruo and the others. At this moment, Seito, who was sitting cross-legged at the top of the abandoned warehouse and watching the show, suddenly felt several gazes on his right side. He immediately gathered ki in his eyes and looked in the direction of the gazes. In an instant, Liangshan Lake's reverse demon Jishu, Ma Jianxing, Kaitsuji Akyu, Apache, Shigyur, Miwa, and Siegfried with binoculars appeared in Seito's line of sight. "They're finally here. Now all that's left is Fist Sage," Seito thought to himself as he looked at the masters of Liangshan Lake. Chapter 666. P.S. Thank you to Cultivators on Earth for your precious monthly vote. Thank you to Cute Girl is Ignorant, This Pig is Skinny, and 157747860 for their tips. Why is that kid there? Nemesis, who was holding a can of beer, asked. Who knows? Ma Jianxing, who had his hands in his sleeves, replied. At this moment, Seito happened to look over. Oh? He's looking over. Did he sense our gazes? It seems that his true strength is much higher than what we thought, said Akiyuki, who was stroking his mustache with his right hand. Who are you talking about? Meiyu, who was currently preparing tea for everyone, asked with a puzzled look on her face. It was like a picnic gathering. They're talking about Ito. Say, she replied. Ah? Seito is there? Miwa, who was passing a cup of tea to Siegfried, turned to look at Shiyu in surprise. Yes, Shiyu replied in a low voice. But why is that kid acting like that? Is he training? Inverted Ghost said as he drank a mouthful of beer. Probably, Ma Jianxing said uncertainly. It's starting. At this moment, Siegfried, who was half sitting on the hospital bed and using a high-magnification fixed telescope to observe the situation in the abandoned warehouse, suddenly spoke. At the same time, in the abandoned warehouse, because of Asamiya Ryudu's words, the low-spirited delinquents' expressions changed. They confidently and proudly surrounded Nijima Haruo, the flag-bearer Matsui, the former 7th Fist warrior Thor, and the former 6th Fist warrior Tanibensha. Hermit, do you think you can escape unscathed after going up against us? Asamiya Ryudu said in a condescending tone. The same goes for all of you. Don't think you can escape unscathed. Tanibensha struck a pose and countered. Leave the hermit to me. The berserker, who was chewing gum, said expressionlessly. I remember that you've been wanting to fight him for a long time. Alright. Dragon Palace laughed lightly and agreed. After this battle is over, we can torture them. The surrounding hoodlums said complacently. Don't even think about it. Watch me fight my way out. Let's leave together. Thor rushed to Asamiya Ryudu's side. He shouted as he pushed Asamiya Ryudu's chest. Take this. Asamiya Ryu took a step back. Pulling a little distance away from Thor, he raised his left arm and pushed Thor's palm away, waiting for Thor's palm to rush past his ear. His left palm struck Thor's chest. It's over. Ryu Asamiya, who had just finished attacking Thor, stepped aside. Plop. In the next second, Thor's huge body slammed to the ground, his hands on the ground, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Ah, penetration force? Hermit, who was facing off against the berserker, asked in a low voice. Soak. Is that how Chinese martial arts refer to this move? Asamiya Ryudu said indifferently, as if he had just done something insignificant. He raised his hand and pushed up his glasses as he spoke. Hey, you still have time to look around? The berserker reminded him when he saw that Gubanxiao was distracted. Whoa, 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 whoa! Thor roared as he struggled to stand up from the ground. Oh, you can still move. As expected of one of the top 8 fist heroes, Asamiya Ryudu praised. Go, Nijima. I swore to Ziegfeld to keep you alive. Thor grabbed Ryudu Asamiya's shoulder with both hands as he shouted, You have to stay alive. Stop, Thor. Nijima Haruo shouted. If you take one more hit from me, you won't be able to keep your life, Thor. Asamiya Ryudu said. I'm going to crush you. Thor shouted, unmoved. Die, Asamiya Ryudu said indifferently. He didn't waste any more words. At that moment, a blurry figure suddenly appeared in Sei Ito's spiritual perception range. It flew over Asamiya Ryudu and Thor, and threw something to the ground. Bang! The sound of a heavy object falling to the ground rang out. A large amount of dust was scattered by the object, forming a cloud of smoke that blocked everyone's vision. So fast! Sei Ito muttered to himself as he turned his head to look in the direction of the black figure. Is this the tip of the iceberg of Elder's strength? It hurts. Elder, can I trouble you to put me down gently? A moment later, Hakohama Kenichi appeared in front of everyone's eyes. He was holding the back of his head as he complained in a low voice. Is everyone all right? Hakohama Kenichi quickly stood up from the ground and asked Asamiya Ryudu while assuming a basic karate stance. Hakohama Kenichi, that's enough. Your stubbornness hasn't changed at all. Asamiya Ryudu looked at Hakohama Kenichi with a gloomy expression. As I expected, the Neo-White Alliance and Gods of Dusk are fighting. But why are you here, Thor? It's really confusing. Hakohama Kenichi didn't care about Asamiya Ryudu's words and just continued talking. Really, I told you not to come, but you still came, Haruo Nijima said in a low voice. What's going on? Why are there so many people missing from the Neo-White Alliance? What happened to Takeda? Hakohama Kenichi asked Haruo Nijima. He died in battle, Matsui Ryudu said with a sad face. What? Hakohama Kenichi was shocked. He then continued to ask, Yukita? Mizunoma? Weika? Ziegfeld? They all died in battle. Only we are still alive, Matsui Ryudu continued to cry. Is this all you're doing, Ryudu? Hakohama Kenichi, who was trembling with anger, glared at Asamiya Ryudu. Humph, how could I personally deal with those small fries? Asamiya Ryudu said with contempt. What did you say? Hakohama Kenichi angrily shouted. They were all defeated by me. At this time, the berserker's voice suddenly sounded in Hakohama Kenichi's ear. Every one of them is no different from a snail. Their movements are slow, and they die when I step on them. As soon as the berserker's voice fell, Hakohama Kenichi suddenly jumped from the ground and attacked the berserker with his hands and feet. The berserker twisted his waist. He raised his right leg and blocked Hakohama Kenichi's kick with his calf. At the same time, he punched with his right fist. His fist collided with Hakohama Kenichi's fist. Bang! 2 muffled sounds came from the place where the 2 people collided. Then the berserker pushed Hakohama Kenichi's body out of the way. At the same time, he quickly changed his posture and kicked Hakohama Kenichi with his left foot. Hakohama Kenichi, who was in midair, exerted strength from his waist. He somersaulted over the berserker's leg and landed on the ground beside him. The next moment, the 4 nearby hoodlums immediately surrounded Hakohama Kenichi. They used their clubs and other weapons to smash Hakohama Kenichi's body. But Hakohama Kenichi didn't panic at all. He didn't even turn his head and stretched his arm back. Except for one of them who used his elbow to knock down the hoodlums, the others used the method of guiding them to fight each other. Then, after dealing with the hoodlums, Hakohama Kenichi once again faced the berserker who was also rushing toward him. But when the two were about to get close, Tanibinshia, who was wearing a trench coat, suddenly appeared between the two. He pointed his palms at one of them and said, Hey, please don't fight each other. Berserker, wait for me. Tanibinshia said to the berserker, then turned to Hakohama Kenichi and said, Kenichi, it's not your turn to fight, back down. No, I have to fight this battle. Hakohama Kenichi refused. Shut up. Tanibinshia shouted and then continued, didn't you hide in the mountains to defeat Odin? Then, you just have to find a way to defeat Odin. Then, after a farce of dialogue, Tanibinshia and the berserker officially fought. The berserker used his pure fighting skills without any martial arts skills to launch a storm of sharp attacks on Tanibinshia. Tanibinshia, who was a little uncomfortable at first, could only passively stand in place to defend, unable to find an opportunity to attack. But this situation didn't last long. After the initial discomfort, Tanibinshia had already adapted to the berserker's speed and attack style and launched a counterattack. Tanibinshia, who took advantage of the berserker's fall and confronted the berserker again, rushed to the front of the berserker, raised his arm and hit the berserker's head with his elbow. Too slow. The berserker tilted his head and raised his arm, said lightly while blocking Tanibinshia's attack. Tanibinshia didn't speak and directly put his elbow horizontally, palm up, and chopped the back of the berserker's neck in the form of a palm knife. The berserker, who was hit in the neck, didn't have the slightest reaction and directly stepped forward to punch Tanibinshia. Tanibinshia turned his body and squatted on the ground in the direction of the fist, then his body continued to spin and stood up from the ground again, and with the spiral force generated by the rotation, he hit the berserker's cheek with his elbow. The berserker's reaction was not slow, and he immediately stretched out his palm to block Tanibinshia's elbow. But in the next second, Tanibinshia's elbow suddenly straightened like a bent bamboo, and his forearm hit the berserker's cheek like a whip, knocking the berserker's body back. Then Tanibinshia twisted his waist and swung his arm again, and with the inertia generated when he turned around, his other arm blasted the berserker's chest, knocking him to the ground. Even if you can see it, you will still be hit. This is a move that uses the human reflex nerves in turn. Only people who have practiced this kind of move for a long time can be called a real martial artist. Tanibinshia, who was still in a chopping posture, said to the berserker lying on the ground. Then Tanibinshia turned his head slightly and looked at Shibata Kenichi. Kenichi, we are all apprentices of martial arts masters, and one day we will fight again. He. At this time, the berserker lying on the ground suddenly made a low laugh, and then he supported his arms on both sides of his head and jumped up from the ground like a carp. Then he exerted strength in his legs and suddenly jumped over Tanibinshia. He grabbed Tanibinshia's shoulders with his arms and stood upside down on top of Tanibinshia's head. Seeing this, Tanibinshia bent down and waved his arm behind him. The berserker used his strength at the moment when Tanibinshia's body bent down, and jumped up again from Tanibinshia's head. The group turned 180 degrees and kicked Tanibinshia upside down. Tanibinshia was an orthodox martial arts disciple, and his reaction was not slow. When the attack missed, he had already turned his body, crossed his arms in front of his body, and blocked the berserker's kick. Then his body quickly moved to one side, avoiding the berserker's knee attack. Bang! The berserker's knee hit the ground heavily and made a dull sound. Then Tanibinshia rolled his body to the side and wanted to take the opportunity to stand up from the ground. But before he could get up, the berserker who was half kneeling on the ground had already launched an attack. His body turned back and continuously stepped on Tanibinshia, who was rolling in reverse. At this time, Tanibinshia, who saw that rolling like this was not a solution, took a risk and performed a backflip. At the same time, he escaped the berserker's kick by a hair's breadth and finally stood up from the ground. But when he waved his arm to counterattack, the berserker's figure disappeared from his eyes again. Then, a heavy pressure passed from his shoulders into Tani Benxia's body. Then, without waiting for Gu Benxia to respond, the berserker, who was standing upside down on top of Gu Benxia's head, suddenly flipped over and landed a front kick on Gu Benxia's forehead, knocking him to the ground. "Hermit, I was very optimistic about you, but I didn't expect you to be just a snail," the berserker who fell to the ground again said with a regretful face, then turned his head to look at Bai Bin Kenichi and continued, "Bai Bin Kenichi, I'm serious, please. You have to at least satisfy me. I'm really not burning enough recently." "I can't do it." Bai Bin Kenichi turned his head and said firmly. As Bai Bin Kenichi's voice fell, a muffled sound suddenly came from behind the berserker. It turned out that when the berserker and Bai Bin Kenichi were talking, Tani Benxia, who fell to the ground, kicked the berserker's back. Then Tani Benxia, who stood up from the ground, swung his arms, using the centrifugal force generated when he swung his arms to send blood to his palms, forming a heavy hand attack on the back of the berserker's neck. Black Dragon Strike. Because Tani Benxia is a man of his words. Bai Bin Kenichi's following words came into the berserker's ears. Tani Benxia, who had performed the Black Dragon Strike, quickly came to the front of the berserker. First, he pushed his palm on the berserker's nose. Then, when the berserker bent his body instinctively because of the injury on his nose, Tani Benxia raised his knee and hit the berserker's chest. Then, when the berserker stood up again, Tani Benxia used his elbow to hit the berserker's face, which made the berserker raise his body up. "Sorry, I am different from someone who only knows how to fight for excitement and excitement. I can't lose any fight, because I have sworn," Tani Benxia said in a low voice. "Berserker, listen to me. The weakness of a genius like you is that you lack the persistence to win. And Master Ma taught me the meaning of losing is equal to death. So, before I give the enemy the final blow, I will never be careless." Chapter 667. The next moment, Tanyamoto, who was originally full of confidence, suddenly raised his hand to cover his forehead and bent down to half squat. "Humph! Hee hee!" Then, a strange laughter came from the berserker's mouth. "Didn't I say it before? I'm going to give you a punch on the forehead," the berserker said in a tone like he was talking to a lover with a wild smile. "Active key, huh?" Sei Ito, who noticed the berserker's change from his perception, whispered softly. "Very good, this is really interesting. Hermit, you're really different from other snails." The berserker, whose body was slightly bent and his hands were spread out on both sides of his body, looked at the hermit who stood up straight again and said, "I hope you can give me a moment of excitement." "Humph." Tanyamoto snorted and pointed at the berserker confidently. "You can have it if you want. I'll also give you a sense of defeat and despair." Then, the two rushed at each other again and fought in the middle. However, compared to before, the speed of the berserker who had activated his chi activation had increased by more than just a little bit. Gu Benxia, who was still fighting with the same method as before, instantly fell into a passive situation. He could only watch as the berserker attacked him in a strange way. There was no sense of rhythm to speak of at all. "What's wrong? Please, let me play a little more happily, okay? Just defending would be too boring. Every one of you moves slowly. Just looking at you mortals makes me angry." "Hermit, are you also a mortal? Are you also a mortal?" the berserker, who was attacking Tanyamoto crazily, shouted. Last hit. Then, the berserker leaned sideways and pulled back his arm, bombarding Tanyamoto's head. Bang! A muffled sound suddenly came from the position between Tanyamoto and the berserker. However, the one who was hit was not Tanyamoto, who had been in a passive situation, but the berserker, who had been in a state of attack. As I expected. Tanyamoto, who had elbowed the berserker, panted. When you're about to make the last hit, you'll pretend to be calm and then make a big move. And I've been waiting for this moment to come. I've said it before. Our dedication to victory is very different. However, the berserker had long forgotten about the pain due to the extreme fluctuations in his emotions. After receiving the power of the attack, he immediately stood up from the ground and launched another attack on Gubenxia with a look of indifference. However, this time, Tanimoto didn't use his halberd palm, which was suitable for mid-range attacks. Instead, he used his Bajiquan, which was suitable for close-range combat, to counter the berserker's attack. Then, Guben lowered his body. While dodging the berserker's arm sweep, he quickly rushed in front of the berserker. His left leg pushed forward and pressed against the berserker's right knee, stopping the berserker's leg movement. Then, his right hand grabbed the berserker's right arm socket. His left hand grabbed the berserker's right wrist. Surrender. You're only playing a fight after all. Real martial arts are very scary, Gubenxia said as he looked at the berserker. What nonsense are you talking about? I'm having fun right now, the berserker said with a smile. As soon as the berserker's voice fell, a crisp crack sounded in an instant. The berserker's forearm was immediately dislocated from the elbow joint and fell to the side of the berserker's body. Oh, you're good, the berserker shouted from the severe pain. Indeed, 100% anger may not be as good as talent. Gubenxia, who had lowered his body to dodge the berserker's kick, said. Then, Gubenxia, who had stood up again, raised his hand to block the berserker's arm attack. The bottom of his right palm followed up and hit the berserker's chin. As the berserker's body leaned back, he continued, So, what about 100% effort? What if I put in 100% effort? Gubenxia, who had completed the palm attack, quickly withdrew his palm. He said as he hit the berserker's face again. Do you know why martial arts can be passed down from thousands of years ago? Gubenxia, who had hit the berserker's head to the side, continued to attack with another hand. That's because in the world of martial arts, hard work can surpass talent. Gubenxia, who had lowered his body to dodge the berserker's straight punch, once again used a split palm to hit the berserker's head, knocking him to the ground. Speaking of which, I'm a person who is talented and willing to train hard. Gubenxia, who had his arms raised behind him, said narcissistically, How about we make a bet? If it was Bai Bin who fought with you just now, you would still lose to him. Bastard, ugh, I can't move my body. The berserker, who was struggling to get up from the ground, shouted unwillingly. Then, his eyes were slightly dazed as he muttered to himself, This inexplicable feeling that comes from the bottom of my heart is… Humph, that's the so-called feeling of defeat. Gubenxia, who had heard the berserker's words, put his hood back on and looked at the berserker. Okay, I'm done with the opening act, Kenichi. Gubenxia turned around and walked towards Bai Bin Kenichi. He gave him a high five and said, It's your turn now. It's about time, it's time for me to make my move. Seito slowly retracted his spirit sense, opened his eyes and stood up from the roof and said in a low voice, Defeat? Feeling of defeat? You're saying this is the feeling of defeat? The berserker, who was kneeling on the ground, said loudly, Hee, that kind of feeling will never appear on me. Hey, it's impossible for you to stand up anymore, Gubenxia said. But before he could finish his words, the berserker had already stood up from the ground with the strength of his knees and waist. Hey, it's already hard for you to just stand up, there's no way you can continue fighting. Bai Bin Kenichi, who was standing between the berserker and Gubenxia, said, Don't stop me. The berserker roared and continued to punch Bai Bin Kenichi. But just as the fist was about to land on Bai Bin Kenichi's face, the berserker saw that Bai Bin Kenichi still had no intention of fighting back, so he consciously stopped his attack. Listen to me, Belsac, Bai Bin Kenichi sighed. Baibin Kenichi sighed softly. Then, his expression changed and he continued excitedly, I am very familiar with the feeling of defeat. My life is simply full of failure. Yes, the feeling of defeat is like a close friend of mine. But later on, I realized that only when you can overcome failure can you grow. Admit your failure now, as long as you can make a comeback sooner or later, everything will be fine. My failure? The berserker said softly. Yes, this world is very vast, there are many masters that you can't imagine. What's the big deal about losing once or twice? Baibin Kenichi continued to persuade him. Tap, 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 tap. Just as Baibin Kenichi was about to continue speaking, a clear sound of footsteps came from the roof of the warehouse next to him. Today seems to be a very rare day. I can't believe I can meet so many anticipated opponents. Asamiya Ryudu, who was sitting on the chair with one arm on the armrest and his palm on his cheek, said. It's you? Gubunsha yelled with a gloomy face. Seito? Why are you here? Asamiya Ryudu turned his head and looked at Baibin Kenichi, who was sitting on the roof of the abandoned warehouse. Because I heard there was a big gathering here, so I came to join in the fun. Seito, who jumped from the roof of the warehouse to the ground, chuckled. Then he ignored Gubunsha and Baibin Kenichi, who were glaring at him, and looked at Asamiya Ryudu. Do you want to continue the battle that we didn't finish last time? What? You want to fight Ryudu? No. Today's battle must be between me and Ryudu. Baibin Kenichi, who heard Seito's words, immediately yelled at Seito. Yes, today is the final battle between the Gods of Dusk and the Neo-White Alliance. It is also the battle that Baibin Kenichi and I agreed to. It is indeed not the time to fight you. Asamiya Ryudu, who was still sitting on the chair, said. Do you think I will stop just because of this? Seito chuckled and said casually. It seems that you are going to interfere with our battle. Asamiya Ryudu sat up straight and pushed up his glasses. He looked at Seito expressionlessly. Yes. Seito confirmed with a smile. How can you do this? Baibin Kenichi shouted. However, neither Asamiya Ryudu nor Seito paid any attention to Baibin Kenichi. Asamiya Ryudu slowly stood up from his chair and said, In that case, I will have to deal with you first. Then I will finish the battle with Baibin Kenichi. Oh, now I'm not the one you saw before. If you still use your old experience to face me, the one who will be defeated in the end may only be you, not me. Itose chuckled. Ryudu's opponent can only be me. Seito, don't make trouble. When Asamiya Ryudu and Seito were about to confront each other, Baibin Kenichi's figure suddenly appeared between them. He looked at Seito seriously. If you want to take my opponent, then fight for it with your own strength. Baibin Kenichi. Seito looked at Baibin Kenichi calmly. Okay. Baibinjian's eyes were full of fighting spirit as he replied in a deep voice. Then he lowered his waist and sat in a horse stance, facing Itose with a karate stance. Kenichi, let me deal with him. Just as Byakuin Kenichi was about to fight with Itose, the bruised Tanibensha reached out and grabbed Byakuin Kenichi's shoulder, looked at Itose and said, My hatred for this guy is completely above yours. But your body, Baibin Kenichi said hesitantly. I know my body. You don't need to worry. You just need to save your strength for the battle with Odin. Gubunsha said. Baibin Kenichi first looked at Itose in front of him, then turned his head to look at Asamiya Ryudu behind him. Finally, he looked at Tanibensha, who had a determined look on his face, and said, Okay. Chapter 668. P.S. Thanks to Nikfani for the tip. You don't have much stamina left, do you really want to fight me? Seito glanced at Ryudu Asamiya and Hakubin Kenichi, who had retreated to the side after Gubunsha appeared, and then looked at Gubunsha, who was already in a chopping position. Cut the crap, I'm going to return the humiliation you gave me that day back to you. Tanimoto-sya said in a deep voice. Well, since you're in such a hurry, I'll fulfill your wish, Seito said in a serious voice. With a stomp of his feet, his body suddenly appeared in front of Gubenxia. His left hand was half raised to block Gubenxia's right arm. At the same time, the index and middle fingers of his right hand formed a sword, and before Gubenxia could react, he tapped Gubenxia's left shoulder. Then, Itose, who had finished his attack, immediately opened his palm and slapped Gubenxia's left chest, sending him flying. Bang! The next second, Gubenxia's body fell to the ground not far away. How is that possible? He sent Captain Gubenxia flying with just one move. Matsui, who was holding a flag with the words, Shinbai Alliance, written on it, said in disbelief. Tanmoto-san. Hakuben Kenichi shouted with a worried face. Aha! At this moment, Gubenxia, who was the center of everyone's attention, turned over and sat up on the ground. However, just as he was about to stand up, a sense of powerlessness suddenly passed from his left arm to the bottom of his heart. What did you do to me? Gubenxia stood up from the ground with his right arm, and then held his naturally hanging left arm, looked at Seito with a gloomy face, and asked in a deep voice. Have you heard of blood-severing pulse? Seito looked at Gubenxia with a faint smile on his face, and then without waiting for Gubenxia to answer, he explained, I just used a special technique of blood-severing pulse to seal the main blood flow channel from your shoulder to your left arm, causing your left arm's blood flow to be obstructed. It creates false nerve signals, and your left arm is temporarily disabled. Of course, if the bloodline is sealed for a long enough time, it can also cause your left arm to really die, Seito added. Damn it. Gubenxia cursed in a low voice. So, as long as you admit defeat now, I will help you remove the blockage in your blood vessels and allow you to regain control of your arms, Seito continued. Humph. Gubenxia snorted coldly when he heard this. He raised his right palm and moved it to his shoulder. Then, he slapped it down without hesitation. Gubenxia spat out a mouthful of blood the moment the palm slammed down on him. The so-called blood-severing pulse is nothing more than this, Tanimoto said coldly as he moved his left arm again. You're really impressive. Looking at Gubenxia, who was slowly moving his left arm, Seito said with a chuckle, using the impregnation force to forcefully open the blood vessels that I have sealed. But aren't you afraid that if you don't do it well, your blood vessels will rupture and cause massive bleeding in your body? It doesn't matter, because for me, failure is equal to death. Instead of dying in such a humiliating way, it's better to fight to the death with all my strength. After a while, Gubenxia, who had regained control of his left hand, said to Itose with a split palm. Well, it's my fault for talking nonsense. For people like you who have turned their desire to win into obsession, I won't be able to completely defeat you. If I don't defeat you with all my strength, I won't be able to end this battle, so I won't hold back. Good luck to you. Itose sighed slightly. Bring it on, Gubenxia said. Seito slowly took a deep breath, and then suddenly used the shrinking ground technique to appear in front of Gubenxia. He threw a punch at Gubenxia's face. Then, when Gubenxia raised his palm to block, he suddenly exploded his chi, leaving an illusion that he was still punching, and punched Gubenxia's face with his other hand. Bang! Immediately after a muffled sound, Gubenxia's body immediately tilted to the side. Then, Seito waved his right hand like a slap, slapped Gubenxia's face on the right side of Seito's face. Pa! The crisp sound of the slap immediately echoed in the quiet abandoned warehouse. Then, just as Gubenxia's body tilted to the left side of Seito again, Seito raised his leg and kicked Gubenxia's head, flipping him over and falling to the ground. Bang! Gubenxia's body that flipped almost 360 degrees fell heavily to the ground, and a lot of dust splashed up. Tanimoto-san! Seeing Gubenxia fall to the ground again, Baibin Kenichi shouted with a face full of worry. But at this time, Gubencha's head was shaken 3 times in a row, 2 of which were shock to the head. He had already completely lost consciousness, and his eyes turned white as he fainted on the ground. Okay, now it's your turn. Who do you want to go first? Seito ignored the unconscious Gubencha and turned his head to look at Asami Ryudo and Baibin Kenichi. Captain Baibin, you have to avenge Captain Gubencha, Matsui shouted at Baibin Kenichi, as if he was about to cry. I know. Baibin Kenichi answered with a serious face, then slowly walked out of the crowd and came to Gubencha's side. Ignoring Seito's existence, he bent down to pick up the unconscious Gubencha and dragged him back to the Neo-White Army's team. He handed Gubencha over to Seito, then silently returned to the center of the field with a solemn face. He got into a karate fighting stance and confronted Seito. Have you made your choice? Seito looked at Asami Ryudo and asked. Since Jin-E wants to fight you first, I'll let Jin-E do it first. Asami Ryudo crossed his left hand in front of his chest and pushed up his glasses with his right middle finger. It doesn't matter, as long as you don't have any objections, Seito shrugged and said indifferently. Seito, why do you have to stop me from fighting Dragon? Baibin Kenichi looked at Seito and asked. It's nothing. It's just like the agreed fight between you and him. I just want to finish a fight with him, Seito answered. But Dragon already said he doesn't want to fight you today. Why do you have to force him? Can't you fight him another time? Baibin Kenichi asked again. No, Seito said straightforwardly. Before Baibin Kenichi could say anything, he continued. Okay, let's finish the fight as soon as possible. You don't want your friends to continue suffering, right? Baibin Kenichi's expression froze. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath. When he opened his eyes again, he looked at Seito calmly. In Seito's vision, a spherical membrane that only martial artists could see appeared around Baibin Kenichi's body. It surrounded Baibin Kenichi's body and the edge of his palm. Air control circle, Seito muttered softly. Then Ito-sei moved his feet and slowly walked towards Shirahama Cannon. He didn't stop until he reached the edge of Shirahama Cannon's air control circle. After looking at Baibin Kenichi's eyes for a few seconds, Seito suddenly bent his arm and threw a punch at Baibin Kenichi's chin. With the air control circle, Baibin Kenichi immediately grasped Seito's attack path and blocked Seito's punch with his palm. At the same time, his left arm went straight for Seito's cheek. Seito saw this and instantly dodged Baibin Kenichi's punch. Then he bent his knee and raised his leg. He used his knee to block Baibin Kenichi's elbow that was going to hit Baibin Kenichi's chin. He pushed his fist forward and continued to bombard Baibin Kenichi. Bang! With a muffled sound, Baibin Kenichi's body immediately fell back. Then Seito swung his left arm and threw a punch at Baibin Kenichi's cheek. Although he temporarily lost his balance, Baibin Kenichi, whose air control circle was slightly broken, immediately noticed Seito's attack. He quickly retracted his left fist and bent his arm to block Seito's fist with his palm. But in the next moment, his right leg that was under Baibin Kenichi's elbow shot out like a spring that was released after being compressed. He kicked Baibin Kenichi's right leg that was bent in a hurry. The huge force of the kick immediately sent Baibin Kenichi's body flying. The moment Baibin Kenichi was thrown out, the air control circle he had set up immediately disappeared. How can it be, it's still one move? Matsui said in disbelief as he looked at Baibin Kenichi's flying flag bearer. It can only be said that the level gap between them is too big. Naijima Haruo, who was recording something on his PDA, said. Then he turned to Thor and asked, Thor, do you know anything about that guy called Seito? I don't know the details. I only saw that guy at a gathering of fist heroes during the Twilight of the Gods. Thor said in a deep voice as he held Tanibensha's body with one hand and pulled Tanibensha's arm to his shoulder with the other. Thor then told Haruo what he knew, as well as some of the things he had seen before. While Thor was telling Haruo Naijima about his understanding of Ito Saigaku, Shirahama Kenichi's body finally hit the side of the warehouse wall and bounced to the ground with a muffled bang. But before Baibin Kenichi could stand up from the ground, Seito's figure had already appeared in front of Baibin Kenichi and kicked Baibin Kenichi's head. Although Baibin failed to establish an air superiority circle, as a martial artist, he instinctively raised his arm to block the side of his face, blocking Itosei's sweeping kick. However, the huge force transmitted from the kick once again sent him flying until he finally hit the metal garbage heap with the corner of the corner standing on the side. Ugh! Even though he subconsciously used his karate quick recover technique at the moment of impact, the sharp metal spikes still created several pain points on Hakuhin Kenichi's body, causing him to instinctively let out a painful groan. Chapter 669. P.S. Thanks to 1577478860 and Nickfany for their tip. Walla lala. Under the impact of Baibin Kenichi's attack, the scattered metal parts immediately collapsed and fell on Baibin Kenichi's body, adding a lot of pain to Baibin Kenichi's body. That brat is really ruthless. If we're unlucky, we'll really die. Enaigajiu, who had a horizontal scar on his face, clenched his teeth and said as he crushed the aluminum can in his hand. I think he's already holding back a lot. If he really goes all out, it's hard to say if little Kenichi can survive even one hit. Ma Jianxing said. Kenichi. Fonglin Temple's Mei Yu, who was looking at the situation in the abandoned warehouse with a high magnification telescope, called out worriedly. I hope that after this battle, Kenichi's confidence won't be broken. Sayuji Temple's Chiyo Yu said with his arms crossed. Ha ha ha, don't worry, Kenichi isn't someone who gives up so easily. Fonglin Temple's elder Falconer said confidently as he stroked his long beard with his right hand. Meanwhile, on the other side that was more than 100 meters away from where everyone in Liangshan Lake was, a man who wore a hood that was similar to the hermit's but was beige in color was sitting cross-legged with his back straight at the front end of a crane that was suspended in the air. He crossed his arms as he watched the battle that was happening in the warehouse. He muttered to himself, I didn't expect that there would be such a character among the younger generation. At the abandoned warehouse, bang, walala, clang, clang, clang. Along with a burst of chaotic sounds, Baibin Kenichi, who was buried by the metal components, once again poked his head out of the garbage pile. His cheeks were stained with blood, and he painfully stood up from the pile of garbage. At this moment, Baibin Jianni's clothes were full of slender tears, and dirty marks appeared on the surface of his clothes. He looked like he was in big trouble. At this time, Seito's figure suddenly appeared in front of Baibin Kenichi and punched him in the face. Seeing this, Baibin Kenichi tilted his head and dodged Seito's attack. At the same time, he swung his right arm and threw a punch at Seito's face. It's just that Seito's punch was a fake move. It was just to attract Hakuben Kenichi's attention, but the real target was under his feet. Just when Baibin Kenichi wasn't paying attention, Seito rubbed his foot and kicked hard. Several metal trash components immediately flew up from the ground, blocking Shiraben Kenichi and Seito's line of sight. Then, the moment the interference occurred, Seito quickly came to Byakuin Kenichi's side. While dodging Byakuin Kenichi's fist, he used his palm as a knife to strike the back of Byakuin Kenichi's neck. Bang! Following a muffled sound, Baibin Kenichi's body immediately leaned forward uncontrollably. Seeing that his face was getting closer and closer to the metal junk, Baibin immediately retracted his arms and crossed them in front of his face, forming a protective wall to prevent his face, eyes, and other vulnerable parts from being damaged by the junk when his body fell over. But Seito's attack wouldn't end so easily. After the palm strike, Sei Ito's left hand quickly stretched forward. Using his palm as a knife, he once again chopped at the back of Bin Kenichi's neck. Ugh! Bin Kenichi, who was hit twice at the back of his neck, raised his head and unconsciously let out a painful groan. Worthy of being trained by the 5 ultimate experts and the protagonist of the world. Even after being hit twice in a row, he still didn't faint. Seito looked at Bin Kenichi's back and sighed in his heart. Bin Kenichi's back didn't change at all. Then Seito stomped his foot, and at the same time, his body suddenly rushed behind Bin Kenichi. Using the Xing-E cannon fist, he punched Bin Kenichi's left back. Bang! A muffled sound immediately came from Bin Kenichi's body. Shirbasen Kenichi, whose heart had been shaken by the blast fist, had a pale complexion. His face was filled with pain as he was sent flying. Then, his face landed heavily on the ground. He continued to slide along the sandy ground for a distance before finally coming to a stop. You really are the same as me. Asamiya Ryudo, who had obviously discovered something from Bin Kenichi's expression, looked at Seito and said indifferently, Ryudo, what do you mean by that? Bin Kenichi, whose face was pale and forehead was covered in sweat, struggled to get up from the ground and asked in a trembling voice, Haven't you noticed? He is the same as me. He is a warrior who walks on the path of pursuing the essence of martial arts, Asamiya Ryudo said indifferently. What? Bin Kenichi, who was standing on the ground with his right hand on his chest, looked at Seito in disbelief. He wanted to hear a different answer from him. Although our pursuit is different, some of our actions are the same, so there is nothing wrong with saying that we are the same. Seito glanced at Asamiya Ryudo and said, How can that be? Seito, you actually chose that path. Bin Kenichi, who had personally heard the answer from Seito, said in disbelief. There is nothing to not believe. We are 2 different paths to begin with. Seito looked at Bin Kenichi indifferently. Seito, Bin Kenichi muttered as if he had suffered a blow. After a while, he looked at Seito again and said, Seito, since you have chosen that path, then I will forcibly correct you before you make a big mistake. Oh, okay, if you have the ability. After hearing Bin Kenichi's words, Seito had a strange smile on his face. It was hard to tell if it was a sneer or a sneer. After this short conversation, Bin Kenichi felt the pain in his chest lessen to a tolerable level. He rushed in front of Seito and swung his fist at Seito's chest. Sensing the faint wind coming from the fist, Ito-sei immediately took a step back with his left foot. At the same time, he raised his left hand to block Bin Kenichi's fist. Then he turned his palm and grabbed Bin Kenichi's arm. His right arm twisted and raised. His left hand increased the strength of his left hand to pull Bin Kenichi's body behind him. At the same time, he used his elbow to hit Bin Kenichi's chest. Pa! A clear sound rang out. The elbow that was aimed at Hakuhin Kenichi's chest was immediately blocked by Hakuhin Kenichi's palm. Then Hakuhin Kenichi kicked Ito-sei's abdomen. Seito's posture didn't change. He directly raised his leg and bent his knee, and used his left leg to block Bin Kenichi's kick. At the same time, he lightly moved his elbow, and used the back of his fist to hit Bin Kenichi's face. Bang! With a loud muffled sound, Bin Kenichi's nose received Seito's punch. Bin Kenichi subconsciously closed his eyes and tilted his head back. Then, Ito-sei quickly raised his left leg high up into the air, and used his left shoulder to fiercely hit Bin Kenichi's chest. In an instant, Bin Kenichi's body that was hit by the shoulder immediately fell back. Then Seito's right leg stepped forward, and together with Bin Kenichi's body, he landed beside Bin Kenichi. Then he leaned over and punched Bin Kenichi's forehead. At this time, Bin Kenichi was temporarily relieved from the pain of his nose injury. After seeing Sei Ito's fist, he instinctively overlapped his hands in front of his face to block Sei Ito's punch. But his hasty defense couldn't completely offset the huge force of Sei Ito's fist, so Baibin Kenichi's palm hit his forehead. The back of Baibin Kenichi's head heavily hit the ground, making a muffled dong sound. Ugh! Baibin Kenichi's head was hit and subconsciously let out a cry of pain. But Baibin Kenichi's counterattack wasn't affected by the pain at all, and he spontaneously performed it while still dizzy. Baibin Kenichi's palm that was blocking Sei Ito's fist tightened, and his 5 fingers were like a lock that tightly grasped the surface of Sei Ito's fist. Then his other palm moved up along Sei Ito's forearm. He pressed against Sei Ito's forearm, and then his hands and feet coordinated with his body to flip Sei Ito to the ground. Then he flipped over Sei Ito's body. Surrender! Baibin Kenichi's elbow pressed against Sei Ito's throat and collarbone as he stared into Sei Ito's eyes and said, "Kenichi, your jujitsu still isn't perfect." Sei Ito heard Baibin Kenichi's words and chuckled. Immediately, Baibin Kenichi's tightly clenched fist loosened, dispersing Baibin Kenichi's finger force. Immediately after, Baibin Kenichi tightened his grip again, shaking off Baibin Kenichi's 5 fingers. Afterwards, Baibin Kenichi's entire arm suddenly tightened into a line. Using the strength of his muscles to shake off Baibin Kenichi's hands, Baibin Kenichi directly bombarded Baibin Kenichi's exposed chest area. Bang! In an instant, a muffled sound was heard. Baibin Kenichi's eyes immediately widened, and his body bent as he loosened his grip on Sei Ito's body. Under Sei Ito's push, he flipped over Sei Ito's body and fell to the ground. The second time, Ito-sei, who had escaped from Byakubin Kenichi's imprisonment and quickly stood up from the ground, looked down at Byakubin Kenichi, whose face was pale, forehead was covered with sweat, and breathing was slightly rapid. "But I don't want to give you a third chance to withstand the shock of your heart, so you better faint." Sei Ito fiercely lifted his foot, and then a visible shock wave quickly spread out from Sei Ito's foot. The dust on the ground was shaken up, and at the same time, Baibin Kenichi's gathered strength was shaken off. Baibin Kenichi could only watch as Sei Ito's palm hit his forehead. "Pa!" A crisp sound instantly sounded above the abandoned warehouse. Baibin Kenichi's head was affected by the shock and finally completely lost all consciousness. His eyes closed as he fainted on the ground. "Captain Baibin!" After the disgust disappeared, Flag-bearer Matsui loudly shouted, "Kenichi!" Takeda Ichichi, who came to support Sei Ito when he was fighting with Baibin Kenichi, called out, "Here you go." Itosei, who had knocked out Byakuin Kenichi, didn't even straighten his body. Instead, he directly slid his palm to Byakuin Kenichi's chest. His 5 fingers tightly grasped Byakuin Kenichi's clothes, then he skillfully threw Byakuin Kenichi towards Yukida Takanori. Bang! As the receiver, Yukida Takasuk subconsciously stretched out his hands to catch Baibin Kenichi's body. Then he was knocked to the ground by the inertia of Baibin Kenichi's body, and became a cushion to support Baibin Kenichi's body. Now that the hindrance has been dealt with, it's time for us to completely end the unfinished battle. Sei Ito turned to look at Asamiya Ryudo and said, "Your strength is really different from when we fought before, and you're not as pedantic as Baibin Kenichi. You deserve to be treated seriously." Asamiya Ryudo said expressionlessly as he reached out to unbutton his suit. "Don't make it sound like you're certain that you can defeat me." Sei Ito looked at Asamiya Ryudo, who took off his suit and walked slowly into the arena. "Since you and I are walking the same path, I won't show you any mercy this time. I'll kill you here and now." Asamiya Ryudo said in a deep voice, "If you have any last words, say them quickly." Sei Ito shrugged his shoulders and pretended to be indifferent. "You're not going to say anything? Then don't regret it when you die." Asamiya Ryudo bent his knees slightly and spread his arms apart. Seeing Asamiya Ryudo's posture, Seito slowly put away his expression and looked at Asamiya Ryudo seriously. Then, Seito rubbed his feet and kicked a pile of sand at Asamiya Ryudo. In an instant, a faint yellow smoke appeared between Seito and Asamiya Ryudo, blurring their vision. Then, Seito stomped his feet and appeared in front of Asamiya Ryudo in an instant. He punched Asamiya Ryudo's nose. However, just as Asamiya Ryudo was about to move his hand to block Seito's punch, Seito's fist suddenly paused. Then, his other fist flew toward Asamiya Ryudo's face at an even faster speed. Smack! Asamiya Ryudo moved his palm and blocked Seito's fist. Seeing that his attack was blocked, Seito pulled his fist back slightly. Then, he stuck out his middle finger and the other 3 fingers and punched Asamiya Ryudo's palm again. Asamiya Ryudo groaned as his palm was severely injured. Then, Seito pulled back his fist and punched Asamiya Ryudo's face. Asamiya Ryudo, who had learned his lesson, reached out his hand to block Seito's fist again. Then, he clenched his fist with 5 fingers to prevent Seito from hurting his palm again. At this time, Itose, whose fist was caught, smiled. He stepped into Asamiya Ryudo's space and stepped on Asamiya Ryudo's foot. Chapter 670. Ryu Asamiya was able to detect any movement as long as it was within his airspace. He immediately noticed Itose's movement. He lifted his foot slightly and inserted it behind Itose's extended leg. Then, he threw a palm strike at Itose's open chest. Itose waved his left hand and slapped it. Asamiya Ryudo's arm that was about to hit Itose's chest was deflected. Itose quickly followed up with his right leg and entered Asamiya Ryudo's space. He pressed his left palm against Asamiya Ryudo's arm, preventing it from moving freely. At the same time, he exerted more force on his right arm and used his fist to push Asamiya Ryudo's palm toward Asamiya Ryudo's face. Ryusuke Asamiya wasn't a guy like Byakuben Kenichi, who had been practicing at the last minute. The moment he realized that his center of gravity had been completely destroyed by Itose's attack, he exerted force on his hands and feet at the same time. He leaped away from Itose, stabilized his center of gravity, and confronted him again. "Is this what you mean by being serious? You didn't even take off your glasses. I really can't feel your seriousness," Seito said. He didn't chase after Asamiya Ryudo. "Sorry, I was rude," Asamiya Ryudo apologized. Asamiya Ryudo apologized. He took off his glasses and handed them to a delinquent, who had good eyesight, for him to keep them. "Doesn't he have high myopia?" Haruo Naijima asked with a frown. However, regarding his question, whether it was the fist heroes of the former gods of dusk present or the delinquents further away, all of them knew nothing about it. Naturally, it was impossible for them to answer his question. They could only let Haruo Naijima keep his doubts to himself. "Come on," Asamiya Ryudo said as he repositioned himself. "Phew!" Seito took a deep breath and rushed toward Asamiya Ryudo. He used the half-step bursting fist of Shingi to hit Asamiya Ryudo's chest. For such a heavy hand, Asamiya Ryudo didn't dare to take it head-on. He dodged the path of the bursting fist and pushed his palm toward Seito's chest again. Upon seeing this, Seito stepped diagonally to Asamiya Ryudo's side. While dodging the attack, he used his palm as a knife and chopped at Asamiya Ryudo's neck artery. Ryu Asamiya raised his left hand and blocked the edge of Seito's palm strike. Then, he flipped his right palm and slapped horizontally at Seito's left waist. Seito quickly withdrew his right hand. He stretched out his arm and swung it down, colliding with Asamiya Longdo's palm with a clear, "pa" sound. Then, Seito turned his wrist and stretched out his elbow. He continued to hit Asamiya Ryudo's face with his elbow. At this time, Asamiya Ryudo had no choice but to move sideways to dodge Seito's elbow strike. At the same time, He inserted his foot between Sei Ito's legs and bent his knee to destroy Sei Ito's center of gravity. Then, he swept his right arm toward Sei Ito's abdomen and swept him backward. His feet were stuck and he couldn't move. Sei Ito, who didn't have a good way to block with his hands, bent his waist and dodged Asamiya Ryudu's sweep. Then, he raised his arms and did a backflip, kicking toward Asamiya Ryudu's lower body. Asamiya Ryudu pressed his hands together. He blocked Sei Ito's kick and used this leg as a support to jump into the air. Then, he chopped down at Sei Ito's head. Seeing the attack coming, Sei Ito immediately bent his left arm and raised it above his head to block Asamiya Ryudu's downward chop. Bang! A muffled sound came from where Sei Ito was standing. Then, a large crack spread out from Sei Ito's feet. It turned out that the moment Sei Ito blocked the downward chop, he immediately mobilized all the strength in his body to form a force that penetrated through his body and transferred the damage from the downward chop to his feet. Humph! Sei Ito snorted and gathered all the strength in his body into his right fist. He swung his fist toward Asamiya Ryudu's lower body again. If this hit landed, even if Asamiya Ryudu practiced the iron block kung fu, he would still lose everything. From then on, he would end up like Dongfang Bubi. Asamiya Ryudu also knew how powerful this attack was. His expression changed, and for the first time in a battle, he mobilized his Chi-Jin to his palm and reached down to block Sei Ito's fist. Crack! Although Asamiya Ryudu had the protection of his Chi-Jin, the accumulated strength of Sei Ito's entire body was not easy to block. At the moment of contact, Asamiya Ryudu's palm bone was broken into several pieces by Sei Ito's fist. The impact of the force caused the bones in his forearm to fracture. But even so, with the protection of the uki and the assistance of the technique, Itosei's attack was finally blocked by Asamiya Ryudu. His genitals weren't damaged at all. Then, Asamiya Ryudu endured the pain of his broken bones and moved back from Sei Ito's front. Odin is actually injured, the hoodlums exclaimed in disbelief when they saw Asamiya Ryudu move back from Sei Ito with his left arm hanging by his side and trembling slightly. Asamiya Ryudu looked at Sei Ito expressionlessly and said, "Very well. You are qualified to see my ultimate move." After that, Asamiya Ryudu ignored Sei Ito. He took a deep breath and mobilized the Chi-Jin in his body. In an instant, a violent Chi-Jin spread out from Asamiya Ryudu's thin and weak body. Then, with a few ripping sounds, the shirt on Asamiya Ryudu's upper body was torn apart by his Chi-Jin. It hung down to Asamiya Ryudu's waist like rags. "That is..." Chiyoyu frowned and said from the riverbank 1,000 meters away from the abandoned warehouse. He forcefully used the Chi-Jin of motion and Chi-Jin of tranquility at the same time. He really developed a dangerous move. The elder of Liangshan Lake, Fenglin Temple's falconer, stroked his beard and said in a deep voice. In another place more than 100 meters away from where the people of Liangshan Lake were, Fist Saint Shufang Yinshenzi, who was wearing a white hood, whispered excitedly, "Ha ha 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 ha, you finally used it. I knew that you would have this day sooner or later. My cute disciple, Ryudu, survived this battle and crawled to me," Ogata Shinji said. At this time, Asamiya Ryudu had finally finished his Chi-Jin preparation. "My ultimate move, Chi-Jin E." Under the influence of the Chi-Jin of motion and Chi-Jin of tranquility, Asamiya Ryudu, who had completely ignored the pain, waved his arms and looked at Sei Ito with one red and one white eyes. "I didn't fight you to kill you this time. It seems that I have to use my full strength and end this quickly." Sei Ito muttered to himself as he looked at Asamiya Ryudu, whose muscles were bulging and veins bulging all over his body. "Take this." However, before Sei Ito could do anything, Asamiya Ryudu had already charged in front of Sei Ito and swung his fist at Sei Ito's face. "He's so fast. He's at least twice as fast as before." Seito moved sideways and raised his arm to block Asamiya Ryudu's fist. His strength has also increased. He's much heavier than before. Ha! Seeing that his fist had missed, Asamiya Ryudu roared and stomped on the ground, creating a deep pit. At the same time, he used his other fist to hit Seito's face. Seito didn't take it head-on. He stepped back and dodged the sharp fist that brushed past his nose. In the next few seconds, Asamiya Ryudu attacked wildly. Seito skillfully dodged his attacks without making a sound. It's about time. Seito stopped dodging and grabbed Asamiya Ryudu's arm with his left hand. He stepped back and pulled, instantly breaking Asamiya Ryudu's balance. He raised his leg and kicked Asamiya Ryudu's chest. Although Asamiya Ryudu lost his balance, his reflexes didn't change. He quickly raised his hand to protect his chest and used his palm to block Seito's kick. However, even though the strength of Asamiya Ryudu's arm had been strengthened, it was still no match for Seito's kick. Moreover, the palm he used to block Seito's kick was fractured, so the strength he could exert was even less. Therefore, Asamiya Ryudu was completely defeated by Seito's kick. The force of Seito's kick pushed Asamiya Ryudu's hand into his own chest. Crack! Asamiya Ryudu's broken hand became even more shattered. If he forced himself to use it again, he would end up in an even more miserable state than the original one, unless Mikokuji personally came to save him. Then, Seito quickly retracted his foot and used his left arm to pull Asamiya Ryudu's body back to his front. Then, he used his right shoulder to hit Asamiya Ryudu's chest. Crack! Another crisp sound was heard. Asamiya Ryudu's chest caved in. This time, Asamiya Ryudu was seriously injured. He immediately opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. Then, Seito stepped forward and blocked Asamiya Ryudu's right leg. Then, he used his body to push Asamiya Ryudu to the ground. The moment Asamiya Ryudu fell to the ground, Seito used his grappling technique to dislocate Asamiya Ryudu's shoulders and elbows, temporarily crippling his arms. Then, Seito moved his hands and pressed them on the back of Asamiya Ryudu's neck. He used a special technique to press on most of the main arteries that supplied blood to the head and knocked Asamiya Ryudu out. As Asamiya Ryudu fainted, the unstable chi and chi in his body suddenly lost control and began to move around randomly. How troublesome! Seito frowned when he sensed the condition of Asamiya Ryudu's body. He instantly formed a sword with his right hand and pressed it against Asamiya Ryudu's spinal cord. He used his weak chi as a guide to mobilize the chaotic chi. Chapter 671. As Seito's finger moved, a visible bump appeared on Asamiya Ryudu's back. It followed Seito's finger and moved along Asamiya Ryudu's spine. Poof! Half a minute later, the chaotic ki in Asamiya Ryudu's body spurted out of his anus along with a foul smell. Ito Seijin frowned as he retreated from Asamiya Ryudu's side. I injured one of your hands. In exchange, I'll help you adjust half of the chaotic aura in your body. That makes us even. Ah, kid, come with me. Suddenly, a burst of laughter rang out. Then, a black shadow appeared beside Asamiya Ryudu. He grabbed Asamiya Ryudu and tried to grab Itose. Don't even think about it. Just as the hand was about to touch Seito, another voice sounded in Seito's ears. The hand grabbed the hand of the figure and threw it away in a strange way. Whoosh! The black shadow flipped over and landed on the roof of an abandoned warehouse. His true appearance was revealed. It was Ogata Shinzai, who was supposed to be sitting at the front of a crane. It's you, the philosopher of contortionists, Sayuji's Chiyo-yu, said Ogata Shinzai, who was holding the unconscious Asamiya Ryu. Just take your disciple and leave. Don't reach out to other young people, said Chiyo-yu, who was standing in front of Seito. What a pity. Did I find a good seedling who is suitable for my path? Ogata Shinzai said regretfully. Then, he looked at Sayuji and said, but I believe that he will come to me sooner or later. Kid, we will meet again, Ogata Shinzai said to Seito. After that, he turned into a black shadow and disappeared from the abandoned warehouse. Thank you for saving me, Sayuji's master, Seito said to Chiyoyu, who turned around to look at him. Although I can't fault you for choosing the path, I still hope that you won't be confused. You will truly fall into the darkness, said Chiyoyu. Thank you for your reminder. I will keep your advice in mind, Seito replied. You know your place, said Chiyoyu. Then, he turned around and walked to the side. Baibin Jiani, who was still unconscious, was in his arms. Then, just like Shufang Shinji, he disappeared from the abandoned warehouse. What a pity! My only chance to leave a spiritual imprint on Ogata Shinzai was destroyed by Chiyoyu. Looks like we can only stop here today. Ito-sei sighed as he turned to look in the direction Ogata Ikanamizu left. After that, Ito-sei didn't stay here any longer. After exchanging a glance with Whitebird, he followed Ogata Ikanamizu and Saijetsu Temple Autumn Rain. Leaping away from the abandoned warehouse, he dashed towards Nanjo Kira's rented apartment. After a while, Seito arrived outside Nanjo Karisama's rented apartment. Then, he took out the apartment key that Nanjo Karisama gave him when he first moved in, opened the door, and walked in. Who is it? Just as Ito-sei entered the room, Nanjo Norisaro's voice suddenly rang in his ears as he shouted in a low voice. It's me, Seito replied as he closed the door. It's you, Nanjo Karisama said as he walked out of the living room. What's with your injuries? Seito, who took off his shoes at the entrance and walked into the room, looked at the bandages wrapped around his forehead, arms, waist, and left thigh and asked with a frown. That. Nanjo Karisama, who was asked, immediately turned his head, his eyes drifting, unable to say anything. You were injured by the Valkyrie squad, right? Seito said as he walked to Nanjo Karisama and stood in front of him. He held Nanjo Karisama's cheeks with both hands and looked into Nanjo Karisama's eyes. Why are you still asking when you already know? Nanjo Karisama's expression froze when he heard that, and said angrily. I want to hear it from you, Seito said. I was injured during the battle with the Valkyrie squad, Nanjo Karisama said in a displeased tone. I think there should be other factors involved. Otherwise, with your current strength, how could the Valkyrie squad's women hurt you, even if they had to teach you a lesson? Seito let go of his hands that were holding Nanjo Karisama's cheeks, and pulled up Nanjo Karisama's palm. As he pulled her back to the living room, he said, Let me guess, could it be that during the battle, you met a stray cat again? Then, in order to protect that stray cat, you were injured by the Valkyrie squad's women, am I right? Yes, Nanjo Karisama, who was completely guessed by Seito, replied in a low voice as her face turned red. As expected of the person who will be able to create Cat Fist Dojo in the future. This personality of loving cats as much as life is really hopeless, Seito sighed in his heart when he heard her admit it. If you really like cats that much, after you move into my world, you can raise a few at home, Seito said as he pulled Nanjo Karisama to sit on the sofa. Can I? Nanjo Karisama said with a face full of anticipation. Yes, I don't have any rules that forbid you from raising cats. As long as you want to, raising a house full of cats is no problem. Seito said as he reached out to take Nanjo Karisama's injured arm in front of his eyes and reached out to remove the bandage. That's great, I can finally raise cats again. Nanjo Karisama, who received confirmation, fiercely leaned forward and kissed Seito's cheek as she said loudly. TSK, this kiss in exchange. Seito, who had exposed Nanjo Karisama's wound under the bandage, lightly clicked his tongue. While using the palm immortal technique to heal Nanjo Karisama's injury, he shook his head slightly and sighed. Hearing Seito's words, Nanjo Karissima, who only just remembered her previous behavior, blushed again. Her eyes evaded Seito's gaze and looked to the side, ignoring Seito. Just like this, in the silence of Nanjo Karissima, Seito healed all the wounds left from the battle on her body, completely letting Nanjo Karissima bid farewell to the bandages on her body. Pay attention to the next battle, don't leave any scars on your body again. You must know that your body now doesn't only belong to you, it also belongs to me. Seito, who was gently stroking Nanjo Karissima's newly recovered thigh, looked at Nanjo Karissima and said, I know, Nanjo Karissima, who moved her leg, trying to move her thigh away from Seito, said. However, how could her little strength be a match for Seito? Therefore, after moving a few times and seeing that she still couldn't get her thigh away from Seito's demonic grasp, Nanjo Karissima immediately gave up struggling and allowed Seito to gently stroke her thigh. Then, the two of them maintained that ambiguous position and quietly watched TV in the living room. It wasn't until 5 o'clock that Seito finally let go of Nanjo Karissima's thigh. He waved his hand to summon a pile of food and enjoyed it with Nanjo Karissima. Chapter 672. P.S. Thanks to Nickfany and 157747860 for their tip. I still have something to do tonight, so I won't be sleeping here. If you're sleepy, you can go to sleep first. At around 7 o'clock in the evening, Seito stood up from the sofa and looked at Nanjo Karissima, who was lying on the sofa. Got it, said Nanjo Karissima, who was randomly flipping through the TV channels with a remote control. Then Seito's figure flashed and disappeared in front of Nanjo Karissima and appeared in the sky outside the apartment. Then, he continued to use instant transmission. After a few flashes, he was above Koga Kanryu's staff dojo. Then, he used instant transmission again and appeared in Koga Kanryu's room. What are you reading? Seito, who appeared in the room, reached out and took the book she was reading from Koga Kanryu's hand. He turned the book to look at the name on the cover and asked. You do it, said Koga Kanryu as she looked up at Seito. Demon's Den, I didn't expect you to like reading this kind of adventure novel, said Seito as he softly read the title on the cover of the book. Yes, this book is a classic, replied Koga Kanryu. Since you like adventure so much, if there's a suitable opportunity in the future, I'll let you truly experience what adventure is, said Seito as he handed the book back to Koga Kanryu. Yes, replied Koga Kanryu as she reached out to take the book and put it on the table. Let's go, said Seito as he looked at Koga Kanryu. Okay, replied Koga Kanryu as she got up from the chair. Then, Seito reached out and held Koga Kanryu's hand. With a thought, he brought her into the Rubik's Cube world and appeared in the Central Academy's dormitory building. Then, he pulled Koga Kanryu to the dormitory that was arranged for Koga Kanryu's temporary residence. Dang dang dang. Seito reached out and knocked on the door in front of him. Who is it? In the next second, an old but vigorous voice came from behind the door. Click, then, with a soft sound, the closed door in front of Seito and Koga-kan was opened from the inside. Then, the short figure of Seito and Hiroyuki Kaneki appeared in front of them. Grandpa? Juga Kanayoshi looked at Juga Kanayoshi in surprise. Oh, it's little Yao. Karakanaki raised his head and looked at Karakanaki with a kind smile. Then he looked at the hand that was holding Seito's hand in Juga Hall and continued, It seems that this guy didn't lie to me. He is indeed your boyfriend. Hearing this, Juga Kaname blushed and turned to look at Seito beside him. He didn't refute the words of Juga Hall's Danchi. Let's go in and talk, Seito reminded when he saw that they were still standing at the door. Juga Kanayoshi nodded and turned to walk into the room. Behind him, Juga Kanayoshi and Seito also walked into the room and closed the door again. Grandpa, why are you here? As soon as they entered the room, Juga Kanayoshi asked as soon as they entered the room. I was tricked into coming here by your all-powerful boyfriend, Juga Kanayoshi, who was sitting cross-legged on the bed, looked at Seito, who was about to sit down next to Juga Kanayoshi, and said, Grandpa, this is too much. When did I lie to you? Seito immediately retorted when he heard Juga Kanayoshi's word. Humph. Juga Kanayoshi snorted coldly. He directly said to Juga Kanayoshi, Little Yao, you have to be careful in the future. Don't help the other party count the money without knowing it. Grandpa, how can you be so sinister? Seito said discontentedly. Grandpa, he is very good to me. Juga Kanayoshi gently pinched Seito's palm to stop him from continuing to argue with Juga Kanayoshi. Then he said to Juga Kanayoshi, I'm just giving you a reminder, Juga Kanayoshi said with a smile. Juga Kanayoshi didn't say anything and just remained silent. Seeing him bring you in, I am relieved. It means that what this kid said when he coaxed me to come in is indeed not a lie. After a few seconds of silence, Juga Kanayoshi said softly, Grandpa. Juga Kanayoshi called out, I will almost live here in the future. If you encounter any problems in your cultivation in the future, let this kid bring you in to find me. Juga Kanayoshi continued. I know, Grandpa. Juga Kanayoshi nodded and said, Kid, you go out first. I have something to say to Little Yao. At this time, Juga Kanayoshi looked at Seito again and said firmly, Okay. Seito nodded, got up and agreed, You guys talk. Then he turned around and walked to the door, pushed the door and walked out of Juga Kanayoshi's dormitory and waited. And this wait lasted for more than half an hour. Ka. At this time, there was a soft sound, and then Juga Kanayoshi walked out of the room wearing sneakers, black and gray sports spandex pants, dark blue sports vest, and an orange jacket. Finished talking. Seito, who stood up from the wall, looked at Juga Kanayoshi, who closed the door and walked slowly to him. Juga Kanayoshi nodded. Seeing this, Seito nodded and didn't ask what Juga Kanayoshi and Juga Kanayoshi talked about. He directly reached out and held Juga Kanayoshi's hand, led her out of the dormitory building, left the Central Academy, and strolled in the surrounding downtown area. Along the way, the two were silent. It's late, let's go back. After a while, Seito said to Juga Kanayoshi. Juga Kanayoshi whispered. Seito, who got the response, disappeared from the city streets with Juga Kanayoshi and appeared in the big villa used to house the Black Sphere prototype. I'll prepare a medicinal bath for you, Seito said as he released Juga Kanayoshi's hand. Then he went straight to the bathroom of the villa and prepared the medicinal herbs in the bathtub. A few minutes later, a large pool of blue medicinal liquid appeared in the bathtub. Little Yao, come in. Seito, who was standing at the door of the bathroom, said to Juga Kanayoshi, who was sitting in the living room. Okay. Hearing the call, Juga Kanayoshi responded, then reached out to take off the small orange coat she was wearing and put it aside, and walked slowly to Seito. Then she entered the bathroom with Seito. In front of Seito, she took off the clothes she was wearing and folded them one by one, and put them in the bamboo basket on the side, so that her whole body's skin was completely exposed to Seito's eyes. After that, without Seito's guidance, she stepped directly into the bathtub, lowered her body, and soaked her whole body except for her face in the medicinal liquid. It seems that once or twice, you can use another medicinal liquid. After waiting for a few minutes, Seito saw that Juga Kanayoshi was fine except for a slight frown and said with a smile, Another medicinal liquid? Juga Kanayoshi looked at Seito with a puzzled look and asked, Well, it's an advanced version of the medicinal liquid you are soaking in now. Not only can it continue to strengthen your body, but it can also stimulate your potential and purify your body. Seito, who was gently fiddling with Juga Kanayoshi's forehead, explained. Oh. Juga Kanayoshi whispered. Okay, you continue to soak here, I will deal with some other things first, and I will come back to see you later. Sei Ito withdrew his palm from fiddling with Juga Kanayoshi's hair, and said from the edge of the bathtub. Okay. Juga Kanayoshi replied. Then Sei Ito's figure flashed, and disappeared in front of Juga Kanayoshi, and appeared in the prison cell where Suheiju, Megumi Toki, and her 4 female disciples were imprisoned. As soon as Sei Ito appeared in the prison cell, a burst of splash sound rang in his ears, and a fishy smell was transmitted into Sei Ito's nose. Sei Ito, who raised his eyebrows, immediately turned his head and looked in the direction of the sound. In an instant, Sei Ito saw that one of her 4 disciples, a female disciple with long black hair, was throwing water. Seeing Sei Ito looking at her, the female disciple's face instantly turned red, and with a look of shame and resentment, she closed her eyes and forcibly interrupted the physiological activity that was going on and held it back. It's just that this kind of thing couldn't be stopped easily, so the sound of water that was about to stop once again sounded intermittently in the prison cell, and it was not until 10 seconds later that it completely stopped. Tsk, what an unexpected scene. Sei Ito glanced at the water on the floor and said lightly. At the same time, he secretly thought, should I learn from that beast Hibana and turn this prison cell into a special sick house? This seems to be a very creative idea. Kill me, the black-haired female disciple said with her eyes closed. Is it necessary? Sei Ito turned around and walked in front of the female disciple, and looked at her and said softly. Then with a thought, a stream of water suddenly appeared in the prison cell, and quickly flowed across the floor, washing away the few traces of water on the floor, and then flowed to the side of the sewer and disappeared. How about it, after nearly 2 days and 2 nights of thinking, are you ready to change your previous decision? Sei Ito turned around and walked in front of Tsuki Meili, and reached out to play with the little grapes in front of her chest. He looked at the expressionless Tsuki Meili, who had her eyes closed and did not respond, and asked. After waiting for a few seconds, seeing that Tsuki Meili was completely ignoring him, Sei Ito shrugged and walked in front of Suheiju again. Little Ju, your body stinks. Sei Ito reached out his hand and covered Suheiju's chest with it, and said with a strange smile, how about it? Do you want to pledge your loyalty to me? As long as you pledge your loyalty to me, you can leave this place and enjoy the beauty of clean water, the happiness of food in your mouth, and the joy of living to your heart's content. You won't have to be like this anymore, forcefully suppressing your physiological desires, enduring the unpleasant smell of your body, the pain of not being able to eat, and the pain of not being able to drink. I will definitely cut you into pieces. Suheiju endured the numbness that was constantly coming from her body, and fiercely stared at Sei Ito, and said through gritted teeth. Chapter 673. Little Ju, you're too straight. Sei Ito's hand slowly slid down to Suhiku's secret passage, teasing her gently with his finger as he chuckled. Suhiku didn't say anything, but her eyes stared fiercely at Sei Ito. She frowned and bit her lips, not allowing herself to make any sound. Don't look at me like that. The more you act like this, the more I want to conquer you. I want to make you completely submit to me like a slut. Sei Ito said softly. Don't even think. Suhiku said in a low voice. Well, who knows? Maybe after a while, you'll like how I treat you. After all, a person's adaptability is very scary. Sei Ito's finger trembled slightly as he laughed strangely. Under that trembling, Suhiku couldn't help but let out a muffled groan from her throat. After that, Ito-sei didn't say anything. He just used his palms and fingers to stimulate Suka's sensitive part. At the same time, he smiled and looked at Suka, who was staring at him fiercely. After a while, Suhiku's face suddenly turned red, and her eyes flickered as she gasped for breath. Then, He raised his head and opened his mouth to let out a suppressed and high-pitched moan. Walla lala. At the same time, under the dual influence of the electric stimulation and the sudden relaxation of her body, a light yellow water flowed out from under Itosiai's body. It splashed on the ground from both sides of Itosiai's palms and Sakaka's thighs, leaving water stains on the ground. Second time. Seito retracted his hand and called for a water ball to clean her. He smiled at Suhiku, who was gasping for breath. After that, Itosei no longer paid any attention to Sakajuku. He turned around and went to the center of the cell. He waved his hand to summon a stream of clear water around his body. After that, he began to clean Suki Meili and her 4 disciples. During the cleaning process, except for Suki Meili, her face was expressionless. Apart from that, her 4 disciples' faces were all red and their eyes were tightly shut. Their breathing was slightly rapid. As expected, you are more attractive when you are clean. Seito dispersed the water and called for a breeze to dry the cell. He looked at Suki Meili and her 4 disciples and said. Seito waved his hand again, and a bowl of congee with pork and century egg appeared in front of him. Seito used telekinesis to control it and sent it to Suki Meili and her disciples' mouth. Rumble, rumble. Smelling the fragrance of the congee with pork and century egg, the 4 female disciples' stomachs immediately made strange noises. Do you want me to feed you? Okay. Seeing Suki Meili and Juju Meili, Seito chuckled and then slowly walked to the front of one of the 4 disciples. He scooped up a spoonful of lean meat porridge and put it into his mouth. Then, under the astonished gaze of the female disciple, he stuck his head out and sniffed her lips, sending the porridge with lean meat and century egg into her mouth. The female disciple shook her head, trying to get rid of Seito's kiss. However, her body was restrained and there was nowhere she could hide. In the end, she could only give up resisting and let Seito send mouthful after mouthful of congee into her mouth. Until the bowl was finished. We'll eat it ourselves, the 3 female disciples said when they saw Seito looking at them. It's too late. Seito chuckled and then walked to another female disciple. He scooped up a spoonful of congee with pork and century egg and put it into his mouth. He kissed the lips of the female disciple in front of him and sent the congee into her mouth again. He did the same thing. Seito finished feeding all 5 bowls of congee with pork and century egg that belonged to Suki Meili and his 4 female disciples. During the feeding process, the easiest time was when Seito was feeding Suki Meili. Compared to the slight resistance of the other 4 female disciples, Suki Meili was in a vegetative state and did not resist at all. She let Seito feed her mouthful after mouthful. In the end, Seito returned to Suki Meili and waved his hand to summon a plastic baby bottle filled with milk powder. He then put the bottle into Suki Meili's mouth and forced her to eat. Okay, today's meeting is over. See you next time. After a while, Seito finished feeding Suki Meili and reached out to hold Suki Meili's cheek. He wiped the milk from her mouth with his thumb and chuckled. Then, Seito's figure flashed and disappeared from the prison cell. Hui Meili, I look forward to your answer. However, the moment Seito completely disappeared, a sentence echoed in the prison cell. Hearing this sentence, Suki Meili didn't change her expression at all. Her eyes were still closed as if she was in a vegetative state. Phew, it's really not good to stay in that prison cell for a long time. It's too easy to fall into depravity. Seito, who returned to the villa, sighed softly, then walked to the bathroom while thinking, but I don't hate this kind of depravity. At this time, Suki Meili, who heard the footsteps, opened his eyes and looked at Seito, then closed his eyes again and mobilized his ki to accelerate the absorption and digestion of the medicinal liquid. Seito didn't disturb Suki Meili. He walked directly to the bathtub and sat down, waiting quietly. Splash, after a long while, along with the sound of water, Suki Meili, who was naked, stood up from the medicinal liquid that turned back to the color of water. Then he reached out and took the shower head on the side, turned on the switch, and directly washed his body in the bathtub. "Kodo, help me scrub my back today." After more than a minute, just when Suki Meili was about to turn off the shower head and put it back to its original place, Seito, who was taking off his clothes, suddenly said, "Okay." Suki Meili agreed. After Seito was completely naked, Suki Meili took the shower head and walked to Seito's back to help him scrub his back. "Kodo, in more than 2 months after participating in a certain activity, I'm going to leave here. Are you ready?" Seito, who was enjoying Suki Meili's service, said softly. Suki Meili, who suddenly heard the date of departure, paused for a moment, then recovered. While scrubbing Seito's back, she asked, "Can you wait? What's wrong?" Seito turned his head and asked, "I'm now in my 3rd year of high school, and I'll be graduating in a few months, so I want to wait until I graduate from high school to leave with you." Suki Meili explained. "Well, anyway, 2 or 3 months don't matter. It's better not to let you have any regret." Seito, who was straightening his head again, said, "Thank you." Suki Meili thanked him. "You're welcome. You're my woman. It's my duty to satisfy your small request." "You don't need to thank me." Seito, who stretched his arm back and grabbed Suki Meili's hands, gently pulled forward, and let Suki Meili's body lean on his back, smiled and said, "When the time comes, you can directly study in the city's university." Suki Meili put her face on Seito's back and nodded. "Well, continue to help me scrub." Seito, who held Suki Meili's hands and put them between his legs, touched a certain vital part of his body, and said with a strange smile, "As a female high school student with a normal knowledge system and a sound mentality, Suki Meili naturally knew what she was holding in her hands. Her cheeks, which were attached to Seito's back, blushed, and she slowly scrubbed with her hands full of soap foam. And with the beginning of this action, the following bath process directly made the spring scenery countless charming and gentle. After more than half an hour, under the service of Suki Meili, Seito finally completed this incomparably fragrant bath. Then Seito and Suki Meili dried their bodies one after another, and at the request of Seito, both of them returned to the bedroom naked and hugged each other to rest on the bed. "Good night." Seito, whose left arm was used as a pillow by Suki Meili, put his right hand under Suki Meili's armpit and fell on her chest, and his palm gently clasped the soft jade of her chest, kissed Suki Meili's ear and said softly, "Good night." Suki Meili's arms were gathered in front of her, her back was pressed against Seito's chest, and her body was curled up like a newborn baby. The next night was silent, and the two of them slept peacefully until dawn. The next morning, the two of them finished their bath and had breakfast, then left the Rubik's Cube world together, and returned to Suki Meili's room in the world of the strongest disciple in history. Then Seito and Suki Meili kissed goodbye and used instant transmission to return to Nanjo Kirisaro's apartment. Together with Nanjo Kirisaro's, they changed into Desolate High School's student uniform and walked together into Desolate High School that they had not seen for a month. High school life was still the same, plain and dull. Other than being able to see a lot of eye-catching girls produced by the 2D and 3D world, there was nothing else interesting to talk about. Of course, if there was nothing interesting, they could also create something interesting on their own. For example, teasing Nanjo Kirisaro's every day, or teasing Shiratori, who was decisive in front of others but weak and shy in front of Nanjo Kirisaro's and Seito, or pulling Nanjo Kirisaro's, Shiratori, and Suki Meili together with her Valkyrie squad, doing all kinds of dirty things in the name of guidance. In short, life was very happy. Just like that, 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. Let's go. This morning, in the abandoned warehouse where Suki Meili and the Valkyrie squad often stayed, Seito said to Suki Meili and Nanjo Kirisaro's, standing in front of him. Then, He led Nanjo Kirisaros and Suki Meili out of the warehouse and sat in a car that Sei Ito temporarily rented. According to the instructions of Suki Meili, who was sitting in the front passenger seat and holding an iPad in her hand, they headed to a certain location. "What are we doing today? Why are you being so mysterious?" With both hands on the back of the driver's seat and the co-pilot's seat, Nanjo Nora leaned out from between the two seats and looked at the two dots displayed on the iPad in Kuga-kan's hand. Nanjo Nora asked with a puzzled expression, "I'll bring you to see the real world of martial artists." Sei Ito, who was driving the car, chuckled. Chapter 674. What do you mean? Nanjo Nora still did not understand and asked with a frown. In this world, people who practice martial arts can generally be divided into two categories. One is like Xiaoyao's grandfather, Zhuge Haldanchi, and the people in the Liangshan Lake that I've been with you before. They are martial artists who pursue the martial arts of non-killing. The other is the martial artists who believe that the essence of martial arts lies in killing. They are not afraid of killing people and are active in the underground forces of the world. Sei Ito, who was driving the car, explained. And the purpose of me bringing you out today is to let you see what a real martial artist looks like, and when the opportunity is right, fight with martial artists who use the martial arts of killing. This time is different from the situation with Chiharu and the others in my world. If you are not careful, you will die. Sei Ito then added in a relaxed tone. Then, he looked at Nanjo Nora through the rearview mirror and asked softly, "How is it, Nora? Are you scared?" Don't underestimate me." Nanjo Kizara snorted coldly. Then, he pushed the back of the seat with both hands and sat back on the seat. He turned his head to look at the scenery outside the window that kept slipping back. Sei Ito saw this and smiled lightly. He did not provoke Nanjo Nora anymore. He quietly listened to Zhuge Haldanchi's instructions and drove the car to follow. After driving quietly for about 10 minutes, the car finally stopped not far from the courtyard of a large independent duplex villa. "Aren't we going in?" Seeing Sei Ito stop the car, Nanjo Nora still did not push the door open to get out of the car and asked with a puzzled expression. "No, wait a little longer. Our target is not here." Sei Ito, who was holding the steering wheel with both hands, shook his head slightly. Nanjo Nora reached out his hand and pressed down the small green-brimmed hat on his head as he whispered. More than 20 minutes later, with the sound of an engine, a car slowly moved out of the manor. After stepping on the road, it accelerated into the distance. "The signal source is not in that car." Zhuge Haldanchi, who looked down at the situation displayed on the iPad, reminded. "It doesn't matter. We can use them as an example. I'll show you what a real martial artist looks like," Sei Ito said with a smile as he pulled the handbrake and started the car. "Oh right, Saro Norhu, you have to pay attention later. The opponent is an expert who uses kicking techniques," Sei Ito said to Nanjo Nora. "Is that so?" Nanjo Nora asked with a slightly surprised tone. "Yes," Sei Ito confirmed. Then, he recalled the information about the other party in the original work and introduced him to Nanjo Kira and Koga Kansas. That person's name is Christopher Eckrel, a professional assassin who doesn't use weapons. The organization he belongs to is the Worldwide Underground Force Dark, which is united by the martial artists of the Killing Fist. "Dark?" Koga-ken said in surprise. "Little Yao, do you know Dark?" Sei Ito looked at Zhuge Hall and asked. "Yes, when I met grandfather that time, I heard him talk about it," Zhuge Haldanchi replied. Sei Ito nodded and continued to introduce Christopher's information to the two of them. The martial art Christopher uses is French leg attack, which originated from ancient Greek gladiator tournament. Its characteristic is that it has a lot of foot attack. In modern times, there were sport-oriented boxing techniques that excluded elbow strikes and throwing strike. However, Every move Christopher used was a deadly French kick technique that was designed to destroy. In terms of pure lethality, compared to the taekwondo that you're currently practicing, it's not just a little bit stronger. Nanjo Norihu nodded. Oh right. What is this dark, that you and Sister Freya mentioned just now? Nanjo Norihu looked at Seito and Juga Hall Danchi curiously and asked. Since you'll have to come into contact with them sooner or later, instead of you hurting yourselves because you don't know how dangerous he is, it's better to explain it to you now. Seito and Juga Hall Danchi looked at each other and said in a calm voice. When we set off, I said that the martial artists in this world can be divided into two categories. One is the living fist that pursues the art of not killing, and the other is the killing fist that pursues the art of killing. Among them, the living fist represents the strongest Liangshan Lake. The killing fist represents the international underground organization DARK, that gathers most of the martial artists in the world who use the killing fist. Their sphere of influence is very wide, and they have a lot of business. They basically have business dealings with all the countries and famous businessmen in the world. Among them, the more important business is helping the country train the army, helping the secret agency cultivate agents, taking on all kinds of dangerous assassination missions, and sending martial artists to act as bodyguard. Because of this, their influence is very big, and they have a branch in almost every country. There are also a lot of their supporters in high positions among the heads of government, and even the army doesn't fight against the existence of people from the dark. And the dark is divided into two major factions. One is the empty-handed group that believes that empty-handed can win everything, and doesn't pursue any external force. The other is the weapons group that uses weapons, and believes that weapons are the strongest. The empty-handed group is led by the 10 ultimate martial artists known as One Shadow Nine Fists, and the Fist Saint of the Nine Fists, Ogata Shinzai, is the person behind the Twilight of the Gods. Nanjo Nora, who knew the situation behind the Twilight of the Gods for the first time, subconsciously exclaimed. In addition, the designated enemy target when the Twilight of the Gods was created, Yomi is also a small group under the Dark Organization. The only difference is that Twilight of the Gods belongs to the Fist Saint Ogata Shinzai's private group, while Yomi is under the collective leadership of One Shadow Nine Fists, and can be regarded as their inherited disciples. Seito continued to reveal. So that's how it is. Juga-ken said softly with a look of realization. As for why I said that you will face the dark sooner or later, it's not only because you are from the Twilight of the Gods, and in the future you may become nutrients to be swallowed by the Fist Saint Ogata Shinzai's chosen disciples, but also because you joined the Neo-White Alliance. You must know, as the Neo-White Alliance's general, Bin Kenichi, is the Living Fist's Liangshan Lake's eldest disciple, and is destined to be dealt with as a target. Seito continued to say. But these are all things in the future. When the time comes, it's not certain if you and Xiao Yao will still be in this world. Seito then changed the topic, and shrugged with a smile. Juga-kan, pay attention. At this moment, Seito, who was driving the car, suddenly shouted in a low voice. As Ito-sei's voice fell, a man wearing sneakers, tight sweatpants, and a buttoned windbreaker suddenly jumped down from the overpass. His blonde hair looked like an African with several slender braids. He used a karate triangular flying kick to kick the windshield of the car that Ito-sei was following. Kacha bang! Even though they were far away, they could still faintly hear the shattering sound. The car, whose windshield was completely shattered, crashed straight into a wire pole at the side. The huge impact caused the front of the car to instantly form a concave shape. So strong. Nanju Kazara, who had witnessed the entire process of Christopher jumping off the bridge, kicking him, and landing on the ground, muttered to himself. Then, the two doors of the damaged car opened wide, and two men with curly black hair and short blonde hair immediately rushed out of the car, and then with completely different reactions, they reacted with their own actions. The golden-haired man turned around and ran towards the flowers without hesitation, while the burly man with black curly hair held a crossbow and started shooting at Christopher. Christopher straightened his body, and used his mouth to bite the short arrow shot by the man. Spit! Christopher casually opened his mouth, and spat the short arrow on the ground, and then without paying attention to the burly man with curly black hair, he reached out and tore the back door of the car from the car. Is he a human? How could he have such monstrous strength? Nanjo Nora exclaimed as he looked at Christopher in the distance with a face of disbelief. But without waiting for Sei-Ito to answer, Christopher's next action completely shocked Nanjo Nora. All of a sudden, Christopher leaped up from the ground and used his shadowless flying kick like Chun-Li's Street Fighter's ultimate move, Shadowless Flying Kick, to attack the car. Immediately after, the two cars seemed to have been smashed by countless hard stones. A large number of potholes immediately appeared on the surface of the car, making the whole car look like a broken car that had been dragged out after being hit by a landslide. Naturally, as the main target of the attack, the curly-haired man who hid back in the car was dead under the violent attack. Nanjo Kazara was speechless as he looked at the scrapped car. He was so stunned that he couldn't say a word. Swoosh! At this time, Christopher's body turned, and with a speed not inferior to a high-speed car, he quickly ran out into the distance. Did you see it? This is the true appearance and strength of a martial artist, Sei-Ito said as he watched Christopher's figure disappear into the street. Then, he stayed in the same place to let Nanjo Nora memorize the image of the broken car, and then he restarted the car and drove towards the location of the target shown on the iPad. Is that the effect caused by a key? On the way, Jugahal asked aloud. Yes. Sei-Ito confirmed. Koga Kanto, who got the answer, nodded and went silent again. Then, the three of them did not speak, and quietly recalled the scene they saw before. Chapter 675. The target is moving at high speed. It seems that they are riding the Citroën. After an unknown amount of time, Koga-kan, who had resumed the role of a guide, looked down at the iPad in his hand and said, "It doesn't matter. If there is an up, there will be a down. They can't stay on the Citroën forever. Sooner or later, they will get off," Sei-Ito said indifferently. Then, he continued to drive the vehicle toward the location of the target. After more than 20 minutes of chasing and stopping, the target's signal finally stopped at a position. It's confirmed. The target's current location is in the Double Defense Tower building on XXX Street. Koga-kan, who was holding the iPad in one hand and the city map in the other, looked up at Sei-Ito and said after carefully comparing for more than 10 seconds, "Got it." Sei-Ito, who got the correct answer, responded and quickly pulled the lever to change gears. He stepped on the accelerator and drove at high speed toward the Double Defense Tower building on XXX Street. After more than 10 minutes, Sei-Ito finally parked the car in the underground parking lot of the Double Defense Tower building. "Let's go." After Nanjo Karissima and Koga Kanyori got off the car, Ito-sei, who had locked the car door with an electronic lock, reached out and took the iPad from Koga Kanyori's hand. After looking down at the location of the signal displayed on the screen, he took the lead and walked forward. Nanjo Karissima and Koga-kan, who heard the call, didn't say anything and immediately followed behind Sei-Ito to the elevator not far away. Then, the three of them took the elevator and went straight to the target's floor. After more than a minute, with a ding sound, the elevator arrived at the floor selected by Sei-Ito and the other two, and slowly opened the alloy door. After walking out of the elevator, Sei-Ito confirmed the location of the signal displayed on the iPad, turned his hand and put the iPad into the Rubik's Cube world. He took Nanjo Karissima and Koga-kan to the target's room. After walking a few steps, the three of them came to a door and stood still. Dang dang dang. Seito reached out and knocked on the door in front of him. Creak. A few seconds later, with a soft sound, the closed door was opened from the inside. Then, a young woman with short blonde hair, wearing a white slim-fit shirt and grayish-white tight-fitting sweatpants, appeared in front of Seito, Nanjo Karissima, and Kuga Kansas. Who are you looking for? He only opened the door slightly. The woman who had just exposed her entire face asked expressionlessly. I'm looking for Christopher Eckrell. Itose looked at the woman in front of him with a smile. Come in. The blonde woman first looked at Itose seriously, then opened the door and stepped aside to let him in. Thank you. Seito nodded. Then, without hesitation, he stepped into the room. However, the moment Seito stepped onto the carpet in the room, the short-haired woman with both hands on the doorknob suddenly lifted her leg and kicked towards Seito's face. In order to pursue lethality, a blade with a cold gleam appeared at the tip of the woman's white leather shoes during the kick, quickly stabbing towards Seito's face. Seito, Nanjo Karissima, who was behind Seito, immediately cried out in alarm. Seito did not panic at the dangerous kick launched by the short-haired woman. His right hand slowly grabbed the ankle of the short-haired woman just as the blade was about to stab his eyes. While forcefully pulling his body to the side, his left leg slanted and kicked the short-haired woman's ankle, which was used as a support, blocking any possible attack from her. Then, his left hand quickly grabbed the short-haired woman's throat and tightened slightly. With a smile, he looked at the short-haired woman who had a painful expression and said, Is this Christopher's way of treating guests? That's really impolite. Huh? At this moment, another female voice sounded from the room. Hearing the sound, Itose frowned slightly. His hand that was strangling the short-haired woman's throat immediately moved along her neck, letting his index finger and middle finger touch her cervical spine. Then, he put his finger on the back of her head and the connection between her spine and the back of her head. With a slight shock, she immediately fainted. Then, with a thought, he put the short-haired woman into the Rubik's Cube world. In the next second after the short-haired woman disappeared, a young woman who was dressed the same as the short-haired woman, and even had the same hair color, but different hair length, appeared in the hallway leading to the room. She was reflected in the eyes of Seito, Nanjo Karissima, and Kuga Kansas. Who are you people? Seeing that she did not see her companion Ha at the hallway, but three strangers, the blonde woman immediately put on a defensive posture and shouted. Who we are is not important. What's important is that I'm looking for Christopher. Seito, who completely ignored the blonde woman's murderous aura, said indifferently while leading Nanjo Karissima and Kuga Kan into the room. Athena, let them in. Just when the atmosphere between Seito and the blonde woman was about to explode, a male voice came from the room, stopping them. Yes, Professor. The blonde woman, Athena, immediately restrained the murderous aura she was emitting, but she still retreated from Seito's side with a face full of vigilance and responded. Seito, who slowly walked into the room, reminded Nanjo Karissima and Kuga Kan in a low voice. Koyo, Karissima, the two of you be careful. The French kick technique's toe attack range is very long, especially when the soles of her shoes are equipped with no weapons. So, if you want to fight later, you have to pay special attention. Understood. Kuga Kan and Nanjo Karissima nodded in response. Seito? Karissima? Why are you here? As soon as Seito and the other two walked into the room, Baibin Kenichi's surprised voice immediately sounded in their ears. However, at this time, Baibin Kenichi only knew Seito and Nanjo Karissima, and did not know Freya Kuga Kan, who was once the third fist hero of Twilight of the Gods. The room was very big, enough to cover more than 300 square meters, and the floor was completely paved with polished marble. In the center of the room, there was a long table that was more than 10 meters long and 1 meter wide, similar to those used by English and French nobles for banquets. There was no other decoration. and Sei Ito's target, by Bin Kenichi, and his target, Christopher, were sitting at the two short sides of the long table, looking like old friends having a meal. You know each other? Christopher asked as he gently shook a glass with some light red wine in his hand. Well, the two of them are my friends. By Bin Kenichi replied honestly. You are here to save him? After hearing By Bin Kenichi's answer, Christopher turned to look at Sei Ito and asked. Hearing Christopher's question, By Bin Kenichi immediately looked at Sei Ito with a face full of expectation. No. Hinting to Nanjo Kazara and Koga-kan to stay in place to look after the blonde woman Athena, Ito Seiji walked slowly to the long table, took a goblet and poured red wine into it, and simply denied. How could this be? By Bin Kenichi said dejectedly as he sat on the chair, looking like he was abandoned and his life was gray. Oh! Christopher heard this and looked at Sei Ito with interest, quietly waiting for him to continue. Just like his master brought him to visit the underworld, I also brought someone here for an internship. Sei Ito explained as he raised his glass and lightly drank a mouthful of red wine. Is it those two little girls? Christopher turned his head to look at Naga-kan and Nanjo Kira-Saras. That's them. Sei Ito turned and leaned his butt on the edge of the long table, one hand crossed in front of his chest, his right hand holding the wine glass, looked at Nanjo Karissima and Koga-kan and said, Originally, I was going to let them fight one-on-one with the two women under you, but that short-haired woman called Mai was a little impatient, so I could only let this woman called Athena be their sparring partner. How about it? You don't have any objections, right? Sei Ito turned to look at Christopher and asked. Nope. It's just that Athena didn't know how to control her strength. If she hurt those two girls, don't blame me for not reminding you. Christopher said with a smile. It's okay, between life and death is a great horror, only by experiencing great horror can their martial arts skills improve. This is one of the reasons I brought them here. Sei Ito raised his glass to Christopher and said. In return, Christopher also raised his glass to Sei Ito in response. Sei Ito, how can you do this? Hearing Sei Ito's words, By Bin Kenichi got up from his chair with an angry face, looked at Sei Ito and growled. Why not? Sei Ito looked at By Bin Kenichi with a surprised face and asked. Because it's very dangerous, Karissima and the others may lose their lives. By Bin Kenichi struggled with a serious face. It's because it's dangerous, that's why I brought them here. Sei Ito looked at By Bin Kenichi's eyes and said seriously, If you want to improve your martial arts skills, how can you not face danger? Do you think everyone is like you, having a bunch of expert-level masters personally guiding you, letting you safely play the leveling game? Then have you asked their wishes? By Bin Kenichi, who was choked by Sei Ito's words, immediately pointed at Nanjo Karissima and Koga-kan and said, Ridiculous if they didn't agree, do you think I would bring them here? Sei Ito looked at By Bin Kenichi with a sneer and said, By Bin Kenichi, everyone is different. Sei Ito then put away his smile and looked at By Bin Kenichi with a serious face and said. Then without waiting for By Bin Kenichi to speak, he turned to Christopher and said, Let them start. Okay. Christopher nodded and then turned to Athena and said, Athena, kill them. Chapter 676. P.S. Thanks to this pig is a little skinny, 157747860, and Nickfany for their tip. Yes, Professor. Athena replied in a serious tone. Nori Sorrow, be careful. Try not to face her head-on. At the same time Athena answered, Koga-kan Io, who was holding a staff and assuming a stance, whispered to Nanjo Nori Sorrow. I know. Nanjo Nori Sorrow, who was also assuming a stance, replied with a serious face. Go to hell. At this time, Athena shouted in a low voice. She stepped between Nanjo Nori Sorrow and Koga-kan Io. Her left leg was used as a support on the ground, while her right leg was like a sword, stabbing towards the two's faces. At the same time, a small section of a sharp blade with a cold gleam protruded from the front of Athena's sneakers. Along with her kick, it stabbed towards Nanjo Nori Saro and Kuga Kanayo. As a weapon user, Kuga Kanayo was never afraid of weapons. He immediately moved to the side and rushed forward with the staff in his hands, aiming the head of the staff towards Athena's lower abdomen. At the same time, Nanjo Nori Saro, who had gone through many baptisms and had overcome his fear of weapons, quickly took a step forward towards Athena's kick. Then, he suddenly squatted down and swept his leg at high speed towards Athena's left ankle that was used as a support. Athena, who saw the two's attack coming, did not panic. She directly kicked her right leg down and used her heel to destroy the force carried by Kuga Kanayo's staff. Then, at the moment when the staff stopped due to the collision, she immediately bent her leg and wrapped it around the staff. Using the staff as a support point, she lifted her left leg to avoid Nanjo Nori Saro's sweeping kick. At the same time, she swung her leg towards Kuga Kanayo's head. Kuga Kanayo, whose forehead hair was blown by the wind, leaned back and dodged Athena's sharp kick by a hair's breadth. But before Kuga Kanayo could finish his move, Athena, who had her left leg on the ground again, immediately stretched her right leg that was wrapped around the staff. She used the sharp blade to stab Kuga Kanayo's abdomen. If it was Sei Ito in the original work, he might not be able to dodge Athena's attack, but now he had been trained by Sei Ito. Kuga Kanyao, who had also used the medicinal bath to develop his physical fitness, suddenly exerted strength from his waist before the attack arrived. While he straightened his body, he leaned to the side to let his leg kick backwards, brushing the tip of the blade to avoid Athena's stab. But even so, the dark blue sports vest that Kuga Kanyoshi was wearing had a cut on his abdomen by the blade. Bastard! At this time, Nanjo Nora, who had just finished his leg sweep and stood up again, saw the scene of Kuga Hall dodging the tip of the blade, and cursed. She swung her leg to kick Athena's head. Seeing the incoming attack, Athena, who was originally preparing to turn her ankle and continue to pursue Kuga Hall, had to stop her plan. She landed and straightened her body, dodging Nanjo Nori Sara's kick. Taking advantage of Nanjo Nori Sara's interference, Kuga Kan Masayoshi, who had retracted the stick in front of him, turned around and swung the stick towards Athena's waist. Athena, seeing this, immediately leaned her body back, dodging the shadow of the stick that was sweeping towards her. She then used her hands to support herself on the ground and stood upside down. Her legs were like two propellers as she slashed towards Nanjo Nori Sara and Kuga Kenyoshi's faces. Whoosh! Kuga Kenyoshi and Nanjo Nori Sara, who felt the danger, tapped their toes and instantly leaped back, once again confronting Athena, who was standing up. The two little girls that you brought with you are pretty good. They can actually exchange so many moves with my subordinate. Christopher, who looked like he was watching a show, said. Sei Ito, hearing this, smiled faintly and didn't say anything. So powerful! Byakuin Kenichi, who was on the side, exclaimed. At this time, the three people who were confronting each other moved together. This time, the attack was still initiated by Athena. Athena stepped in front of Nanjo Nori Sara and swung her leg to kick Nanjo Nori Sara's head. Seeing this, Nanjo Nori Sara also raised his left leg high. Then, with a muffled bang sound, it heavily collided with Athena's kick. Then, Athena's straightened foot buckled, and she suddenly increased the strength of her leg, pressing Nanjo Nora's left leg back to the ground. She turned around and continued to kick Nanjo Nora's face with a back kick. Nori Sara leaned back. At this time, Kuga Kan Masayoshi's voice suddenly sounded in Nanjo Nori Sara's ears. Hearing the reminder, Nori Sara didn't hesitate and directly followed Kuga Kan Masayoshi's instructions to lean back and support himself with both hands. Just as Nanjo Nori Sara leaned back and fell, a slender stick suddenly swept across Nanjo Nori Sara's face. Before Athena could react, The stick hit Athena's left leg that was standing upright on the ground where it connected to her hip. Bang! In an instant, only the sound of flesh could be heard. Athena's body immediately tilted to the side. However, Athena wasn't someone to be trifled with. The moment she tilted, she twisted her waist and stretched her hands forward to support herself on the ground. Then, the ankle that was originally kicking back turned and the tip of her foot pierced towards Nanjo Nori Sera's abdomen. Seeing the attack, Nanjo Nori Sera's reaction wasn't slow. He immediately bent his leg and raised it horizontally, blocking Athena's falling right leg. Then, he used force to lift Athena's right leg away. Borrowing the force of this lift, Athena's body once again flipped over and stood on the ground. The root of her right leg definitely won't feel good after taking that hit. When we attack later, Nori Sera, you're in charge of restraining her attacks. I'll continue to look for opportunities to attack her right leg. Koga Ken Masayoshi, who was in a stick stance and watching Athena, whispered to Nanjo Nori Sera beside him. Okay. Nanjo Nori Sera also whispered back. Let's go. Seeing that Nanjo Nori Sera understood, Koga Ken Masayoshi shouted, and took the lead to rush towards Athena. Humph! Seeing the two take the initiative to attack, Athena coldly snorted. Using the sole of her right leg as a fulcrum, she quickly spun around and kicked towards Koga Ken Masayoshi, who was rushing towards her. Knowing that he couldn't take this kind of heavy blow with the added rotational force and inertia of the body, Koga Ken Masayoshi immediately lowered his body. At the same time, he held the stick with both of his hands, with the end of the stick hanging down on the ground. Then, he waited for the kick to pass over his head before he swung the stick towards Athena's head. Although there was nowhere to dodge due to the rotational kick in midair, Athena, who had both of her arms free, immediately crossed her arms in front of her body. She gathered her strength and raised them above her head, forcibly blocking the stick that Koga Ken Masayoshi was about to swing down. Pung! A muffled sound immediately came from the collision between the stick and the arm. And just when Athena's body was about to fall to the ground due to the force of the stick, Nanjo Nori Sera's figure suddenly rushed out from behind Koga Ken Masayoshi and came to the right side of Athena's body. He swung his leg and kicked towards the root of Athena's right leg that was hit by the stick. Purring! A muffled sound rang out. Athena, whose center of gravity had completely shifted, immediately tilted and fell to the ground. Immediately after, Nanjo Nori Sera quickly retracted his leg and turned around, once again smashing towards Athena, who was lying on the ground. Athena, who had just gotten rid of the stick attack, was powerless to take on Nanjo Nori Sera's following attack. Thus, she turned her body and rolled away from Nanjo Nori Sera's attack. Purring! Nanjo Nori Sera, whose attack had failed, heavily smashed the ground with his heels, making a muffled sound. Koga Ken Masayoshi, who was watching Athena roll away, immediately stepped forward and swung his stick towards Athena's neck like holding a broom. Athena, who was in the middle of rolling, quickly adjusted her body to a lying position. Then, her waist tightened. She sat up straight from the ground and immediately leaned to the right. She used both of her hands to support herself and raised her leg to kick towards Koga Ken Masayoshi's waist. Seeing this, Koga Ken Masayoshi turned his arms. The stick instantly fell to her side, blocking Athena's kick. Then, he quickly kicked towards Athena's open chest. Seeing the sole of the foot kicking towards her, Athena crossed her arms in front of her body again. At the same time, she pulled back her leg that was kicked out. The heel of her foot hooked onto the upright stick. Then, borrowing the strength of Koga Ken Masayoshi's kick, she quickly slid away with the stick as the center. When she had enough strength, she pulled back her leg and kicked backward. Both of her heels kicked towards Koga Ken Masayoshi's abdomen and calf respectively. Pung pung! Two muffled sounds rang out from Athena's kick. Koga Ken Masayoshi, who was attacked, immediately stepped back and bent his waist, half kneeling on the ground. At this time, he saw Athena's ankle turn. The sharp blade went straight towards Koga-kan Masayoshi's throat. Danger! Shiraben Kenichi saw this and shouted. Koga-kan Yoshi, who stared at the tip of the blade with his pupils contracted, quickly fell back. While dodging the blade's slash, he kicked Athena's waist and kicked her away fiercely. On the other side, Nanjo Kirasaro, who saw Athena get away from Koga-kan Masayoshi, finally didn't hold back. He quickly came to Athena's side and kicked Athena's face, who was crawling up from the ground. Pring! A clear sound immediately came from the impact of the heel and the cheek. This kick was filled with Nanjo Kirasaro's anger. Therefore, under this kick, Athena, who had just crawled up, turned over and fell to the ground. However, Nanjo Kirasaro still didn't stop here. He continued to kick Athena's other cheek. Athena, who was already lying flat on the ground, didn't have any room to turn around. Therefore, she only tilted her face to the side, and that was it. Then, Nanjo Kirasaro raised his foot high and smashed it towards Athena's abdomen, who was in a daze and temporarily unable to resist. Ugh! Athena, who had received a heavy blow to her abdomen, instinctively raised her head and unconsciously let out a painful groan from her throat. Humph! Seeing that Athena had temporarily lost the ability to resist, Nanjo Kirasaro coldly snorted and slowly retracted the leg that fell on her body. Kirasaro, be careful. Koga-kan Masayoshi's voice suddenly sounded a reminder. Just as Nanjo Kirasaro retracted his leg and was about to retreat, Athena, who should have lost the ability to resist, suddenly reached out and grabbed one of Nanjo Kirasaro's ankles. She then raised her leg and kicked towards Nanjo Kirasaro's head. Damn it! Nanjo Kirasaro angrily shouted when he saw this. He raised his arm to block Athena's kick. It's just that the French kick technique's toe attack range has always been long, not to mention that the front of Athena's shoe was equipped with a short blade. Therefore, even if Nanjo Kirasaro raised his arm to block Athena's kick, his face was still pierced by the sharp blade at the front of her foot, leaving a slender wound that flowed with blood. At this point, Athena's attack still hadn't ended. Athena, who had one leg blocked, once again raised her other leg and kicked towards Nanjo Kirasaro's kidney at high speed. Although one leg was caught, one hand was used to block the attack, and the other hand wasn't suitable for blocking. Nanjo Kirasaro, who still had one leg free, immediately raised his knee and lowered his leg, using his calf to block Athena's kick once again. Just as Nanjo Kirasaro increased the strength of his hands and feet to force Athena away from him, the shadow of a stick suddenly jumped out from the gap between Nanjo Kirasaro's legs. The round end of the stick directly hit Athena's abdomen. At the same time that it gave Athena a heavy blow, it pushed Athena away from Nanjo Kirasaro. Seeing the stick, Nanjo Kirasaro naturally knew who launched this attack. Therefore, he didn't even look at it. He quickly rushed in front of Athena, who was slipping away, and quickly kicked out. He used the tip of his foot to kick the place where the stick hit from Koga-kan Masayoshi, causing a second additional damage. 2 consecutive hits at the same place caused Athena's abdomen to be in extreme pain. Her body curled up and lay on the ground. Then, Nanjo Kirasaro moved in front of Athena's head and kicked Athena's forehead. Bang! Along with a muffled sound, Athena, who had suffered a severe blow to her head, instantly lost all consciousness and completely fainted. Looks like your subordinate lost, Saito, who lifted his butt from the edge of the table, said to Christopher. Useless guy. Christopher raised his head and drank the red wine in the cup. He put the cup back on the table and said with an unhappy expression. Then, he reached out and picked up the napkin on the table. While using the napkin to wipe his mouth and palms, he got up from the chair and said, Forget it, just treat it as an after-meal exercise. Xiaoyao, Kirasaro, you two take the woman on the ground and retreat to the side. Saito, who also drank the red wine in the cup and put the cup back on the table, looked at Christopher and said. After receiving the order, Koga-kan Masayoshi and Nanjo Kirisaru didn't speak any nonsense. They directly carried the unconscious Athena and retreated to the side. They looked at Seito and Christopher, who were gradually confronting each other. "Hey, Seito, don't tell me you want to fight with this guy?" Seeing the two of them, Shiraben Kenichi said anxiously. Seito ignored Shiraben Kenichi. He only stared at Christopher, who was in front of him. "Listen to me, this guy and Master and Igwe used to be companions. In other words, he is a master. He is not someone we can deal with." Seeing Seito ignore him, Shiraben Kenichi continued to say anxiously, "Although what you said is nonsense, I am still very grateful for your kindness, but—" Seito said without turning his head. Then, he suddenly rushed in front of Christopher. He kicked Christopher while finishing his unfinished words. "The me you knew before was just an illusion." Chapter 677. Bang! In the next second, with a muffled sound, Seito's leg and Christopher's leg heavily collided. A powerful shockwave spread out from the two of them, and Baibin Kenichi subconsciously covered his face with his arms. What a powerful shockwave! Is this Seito's true strength? Baibin Kenichi, who had his arms folded in front of his face, looked out through the gap between his arms and exclaimed in his heart. This strength and this attack style, so you've also stepped into the realm of an expert. Christopher, who had turned his leg into a machine gun and was kicking Seito's vitals, said excitedly. "Of course, if I didn't have this kind of strength, I wouldn't dare to bring them to you." Seito, who was barely moving his legs, and only his upper body was making evasive movements to avoid Christopher's attacks, said, "What? Seito is actually an expert." Baibin Kenichi, who had heard the conversation between the two, exclaimed in shock. "In that case, I'll use my full strength too." Christopher, who had heard Seito's admission, laughed nastily, and the speed of his legs suddenly increased, turning into countless afterimages as he kicked Seito's vitals. One after another, invisible air blades like sharp blades left irregular cracks on the ground around Seito's body. "Wow, so scary." Baibin Kenichi, who was within the attack range of the air blades, shouted and turned around to run away. That's how it should be. Both of his arms turned into countless afterimages, either using palm blades, punches, bending his arms to block, or stabbing with his fingers while dodging Christopher's kick, attacking Christopher's head and body at the same time. However, compared to Christopher's air blades, Seito's attacks were a lot calmer, as if they were ordinary punches. There wasn't the slightest bit of chi leaking out. At this moment, there was a muffled sound, and Christopher's body was immediately pushed back. "What a condensed chi," Christopher said to Seito as he shook off the torn sleeve on his right arm. Hearing Christopher's words, Seito smiled faintly and didn't say anything. "Humph!" Christopher, who was very unhappy with Seito's smile, snorted coldly. He bent down and rushed to the front of Itosei. He put his palms together and stabbed toward Itosei's head and chest. Itosei didn't move his feet. His arms blocked or parried. His hands pushed or pressed, lifted or slapped to intercept Christopher's palm blade. Christopher's palm strikes weren't just palm strikes, they weren't just palm strike. At the same time, it was also a cover for him to move forward. Just as Seito slapped away Christopher's palm strike, Christopher's body suddenly rushed to Seito's side, and his right arm wrapped around Seito's neck. Moving his legs behind Seito, he twisted his body with his waist and threw Seito to the side of the floor-to-ceiling glass window. "Gotcha!" With a shattering sound, Itosei, who had smashed the floor-to-ceiling window, flew out of the Twin Towers building at high speed. "Seito!" Nanjo Nora shouted with a worried face. "Don't panic, don't forget what we've seen before." Seeing that Nanjo Nora was a little agitated, Kogaken Yokai immediately grabbed Nanjo Nora's arm and reminded him in a low voice. Walla lala. At this moment, there was another burst of shattering sounds. The glass fragments that fell to the ground immediately shattered into countless glass shards, covering the floor in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows. Instead of worrying about others, you should worry about yourselves. Christopher, who threw Sei-Ito out of the building, instantly rushed to Kogaken Yokai and Nanjo Nora and kicked at them. Bang! With a muffled sound, a figure suddenly appeared in front of Kogaken Yokai and Nanjo Nora and raised his arm to block Christopher's kick. Itosei! Nanjo Nora exclaimed with a look of surprise. How is this possible? Christopher looked at Sei-Ito, who raised his arm to block his kick, and exclaimed in surprise. Sei-Ito? Bin Kenichi, who was also surprised by Sei-Ito's appearance, exclaimed. Phew! It was really dangerous just now. With such a high floor, if I didn't use some special means, I don't have the confidence to block it with just my physical strength. Sei-Ito said with a smile as he looked at Christopher in front of him. So what if you dodged my throw? With them behind you, let's see how you can dodge my attack. After the initial shock, Christopher, who had regained his calm, sneered. Despicable. Nanjo Nora scolded angrily. In the world of battle, there is only life and death. There is no such thing as despicable. Christopher, who had retracted his leg and kicked out again at high speed, said. Sei-Ito, who had turned into a wall to block Nanjo Nora and Kogaken Yokai from Christopher's attack, suddenly shouted in a low voice. In an instant, a white mist visible to the naked eye, like water vapor spurted out from a high-pressure vent, fiercely gushed out from Sei-Ito's side and front, and rushed toward Christopher in front of him. Christopher's expression changed when he saw this, and immediately retracted his leg and jumped back, escaping from Sei-Ito's front. Sei-Ito, who had forced Christopher to retreat, immediately closed his pores again, and then spread his arms, using Taiji fist to gather the white mist in front of him, and then with a wave of his arm, a white pillar of air instantly rushed toward Christopher. Boom! An explosion instantly sounded in the room, and then a huge crack appeared on the wall opposite of Sei-Ito. Then Sei-Ito stomped his foot and his body instantly appeared in front of Christopher, who had dodged to the side. At the moment when Christopher instinctively counterattacked, he used the technique he had learned from Tanabe Miyun to leave a doppelganger on the spot and circled to Christopher's back from the side and punched toward Christopher's waist. Christopher, who had discovered the attack from behind through danger perception, immediately leaned forward, his arms stretched out on the ground, and directly used the leg that was originally aimed at the doppelganger to kick Sei-Ito's head. Tisk! Seeing that his attack had failed, Sei-Ito lightly clicked his tongue, and once again unleashed his aura to leave the doppelganger on the spot, and escaped from Christopher's back and attack. Then Sei-Ito's speed increased again, and a series of doppelgangers surrounded Christopher, who had stood upright again, and used different attack methods to attack Christopher, who was surrounded. Christopher, who couldn't tell which doppelganger was real and which doppelganger, immediately jumped and rolled out of the encirclement. But the moment he landed, Sei-Ito's figure appeared in front of him again, and he raised his knee to Christopher's face. Bang! Christopher, who had just used up all his strength and hadn't regained his strength yet, immediately took the knee and stood up from the ground with his body leaning backwards. But right after that, Christopher felt his face tighten, and his head was slammed into the ground by a strong force. Boom! A clear muffled sound immediately came from the place where Christopher's head hit the marble floor. Then Sei-Ito let go of his hand and grabbed Christopher's left wrist, and put his right hand on Christopher's shoulder, and forcefully turned Christopher's face down. Then, he grabbed Christopher's head again, and slammed it on the marble floor to keep him in a dizzy state, and reduce the possibility of him resisting. Then, he slid his hand to Christopher's neck, and used a special method to control the frequency of blood flow to the brain, and knocked him out. After Christopher had completely fainted, Ito stood up from the ground while holding him by the collar. So powerful. Bin Kenichi was dumbfounded as he looked at Ito-sei, who was carrying Christopher and walking towards Nanjo Nora and Kogahal. Can, Nora, take the girl and let's go? Ito said. Nanjo Kirisaru and Naga Kanayake nodded at the same time. They turned around and helped the unconscious Athena up from the ground and followed Ito-sei out of the room. Wait for me. Seeing the three of them leave, Bin Kenichi finally recovered from the state of shock. He shouted loudly and quickly followed. Now that you are no longer in danger, you can find a way to return to Liangshan Lake. Arriving at the underground parking lot, Ito said to Bin Kenichi, who was standing beside the car after stuffing Christopher and Athena into the back seat. Of course, you can also stay here and wait for Master and Igwe to pick you up. Ito closed the door, went around the back of the car to the driver's seat, and lowered his body to sit in the car. As you can see, my car is full, and I can't send you back. Ito said to Bin Kenichi as he turned the key to start the car. How are you going to deal with Christopher? Bin Kenichi looked at Ito with a serious face and asked. Well, who knows, maybe I'll hand him over to the police, maybe I'll let him go in some remote corner, or maybe I'll throw him into the river to drown his corpse. It all depends on my mood. Ito shrugged and said indifferently. Hearing Ito's answer, Bin Kenichi couldn't maintain the expression on his face, and looked at Ito with a face full of black lines, not knowing what to say. Okay, I'm leaving, see you later. Ito smiled at Bin Kenichi, then retracted his gaze, started the car and drove away from the underground parking lot of the Twin Towers building. Nora, you won't lack practice partners in the future. Halfway through, Ito-sei, who had imprisoned Athena and Christopher in the Rubik's Cube world, smiled at Nanjo Karissima. Chapter 678. After that, Ito first drove Kogahal and Nanjo Karashira back home, then drove to the car rental company and returned the car. Finally, he used instant transmission to return to Nanjo Karashira's apartment. I'm back, Ito opened the door with the key and said as he took off his shoes and entered the room. Ito, who took off his shoes, stepped into the living room and sat down beside Nanjo Karashira. He reached out and gently tore off the medical tape on Nanjo Karashira's face and used medical ninjutsu to treat her. Does it hurt? Ito looked at Nanjo Karashira and asked softly. At that time, I was so angry that I didn't pay much attention to it. Although it hurt a little afterwards, it's nothing. I'm used to it anyway, Nanjo Karashira said indifferently. You're quite strong. Aren't you afraid of leaving a scar on your face? Ito asked with a smile. It doesn't matter, Nanjo Karashira curled her lips and said. Then aren't you afraid that because of that scar, you'll become ugly? Ito saw this and asked again with a smile. Only those superficial men care about a woman's appearance, Nanjo Karashira said with an unnatural expression. Ito chuckled and didn't continue to ask, quietly treating the scar on Nanjo Karashira's face. Done. After a moment, Ito, who had dispersed the green light on his hand, said with a smile. Is that so? Nanjo Karashira subconsciously reached out and touched the cheek where the scar was originally located. Remember to be careful in the future, okay? Ito said softly as he reached out and stroked Nanjo Karashira's cheek. Nanjo Karashira obediently replied in a low voice. Have a good rest. I'll deal with the 3 captives we caught today, Ito said as he leaned over and kissed Nanjo Karashira's forehead. After saying that, his figure flashed and disappeared in front of Nanjo Kizara. He appeared in another prison cell next to the one where Megumi Meili and the others were being held. With a wave of his hand, Ito took out a large piece of superalloy metal. Ito used alchemy to make a pair of handcuffs and shackles on Christopher's hands and feet. Hua. Seito waved his hand again. A cold stream of water splashed onto Christopher's face, waking him up from his coma. Where is this place? A prison? Christopher opened his eyes and didn't show any signs of panic. Seito asked the only living person in the room, Seito, as he calmly observed his surroundings. It's a prison, but it's not the prison you think it is, Itose said as he looked at Christopher, who slowly sat up from the ground. Oh? Is this a new secret prison built by the Japanese government? Christopher asked with interest. No, this is my private prison. It's a place specially used to imprison prisoners like you, who are still useful to me, Seito explained. Seems like I've come to an incredible place, Christopher said as he stood up from the ground. Then, he quietly tore at the handcuffs and shackles while asking Seito, "So, what do you want from me?" "There's no need to try. The shackles on your hands and feet were made from the superalloy I used to make mobile weapons. It's hard enough to withstand a direct impact from a rocket launcher without being damaged. It's not something you can simply break with your physical strength," Seito said as he glanced at Christopher's hands. "So it's like that," Christopher said with a look of realization, but his hands didn't stop moving as he continued to destroy the shackles. "Also, let me remind you, even if you can really destroy the shackles, you can't get out of this cell," Seito added as he looked at Christopher mockingly. "But looking at you, I know you don't believe what I said at all. Forget it. I'm too lazy to talk to you. I'll talk to you after you accept reality," Seito sighed and shook his head slightly. Then, ignoring Christopher, his figure flashed and disappeared from Christopher's sight. He appeared in another cell where the blonde girl and blonde girl, Athena, were imprisoned. For these two women, Seito didn't make shackles to restrict their movements. Instead, he waved his hand and took away the shoes with sharp blades on their feet. After all, as long as they didn't have those shoes, the danger they posed would be reduced by half. In terms of pure physical strength, the two of them were no match for Seito. Seito waved his hand again, and two streams of water suddenly appeared in the cell and blasted Jue and Athena's faces. Cough, cough, cough. As the water splashed on their faces dispersed, Jue and Athena woke up from their unconscious state while coughing. The moment the two of them woke up, Yu and Athena swept their legs almost at the same time, forcing away the enemies that might be around them. Then, they turned around and sat cross-legged on the ground, looking at the surrounding environment with vigilance. Then, when Jue found Seito standing in the cell, she immediately stood up from the ground and kicked at Seito's face. Seeing the attack coming, Seito didn't move his feet. Instead, he directly grabbed Jue's leg and forcefully pulled it behind him. While pulling Jue's body towards him, Seito suddenly slapped Jue's chest and sent her flying until she hit the wall. Bang! Jue's body collided with the wall and made a muffled sound. "Aren't you going to attack?" Itose, who had finished dealing with the kennel, turned his head and looked at Athena, whose face and forehead were bruised, standing on the side without any desire to attack, and asked with interest. "Since Jue and I are here, then Professor Christopher has either been killed or repelled by Your Excellency. He has no time to deal with us. In other words, Your Excellency is far stronger than me and Jue. If we attack forcefully, it will only increase the pain. It's better to quietly listen to Your Excellency's arrangement for us." Athena speculated calmly. "I didn't expect you to have such a brain." Seito looked at Athena in surprise. "It's nothing. As long as a normal person can calmly observe the current situation, they can speculate the above. At least, I believe Jue can." Athena turned her head and looked at Jue, who was slowly walking back to Athena with her hand on her chest. "Is that so? That's an unexpected surprise." Seito looked at Jue and smiled. Then, Seito slowly walked to the alloy bed and sat down. He looked up at Jue and Athena, who were also looking at him, and said, "Introduce yourselves to me first." My name is Athena Dubois. I'm Professor Christopher's assistant. I'm responsible for intelligence collection and communication. Athena said cooperatively. My name is Takumi Morita. Like Athena, I'm also Professor Christopher's assistant. I'm responsible for confirming and tracking the target's intelligence. Seeing that Athena cooperated, Jue also gave up his resistance and said cooperatively. After listening to their self-introduction, Seito nodded and said, Very good. Now let me tell you what I want. My request is very simple. Leave Christopher and become my subordinate. Pledge your loyalty to me wholeheartedly. Seito looked at Jue and Athena calmly and said. Hearing Seito's request, Jue and Athena looked at each other. Then, they bent down and half-knelt on the ground at the same time. They lowered their heads and said, Takumi Morita, Athena Dubois, greets your excellency. You two are very straightforward. Seito said with a smile while looking at Jue and Athena who were half-kneeling on the ground. Hearing this, Jue and Athena didn't say anything to explain. They just silently lowered their heads and half-knelt there. Get up. In the magic cube world, Seito wasn't afraid of the two of them playing tricks. Then, after the two of them stood up from the ground, he looked at Athena and said, Athena, come here. Hearing the greeting, Athena didn't hesitate and walked directly to Ito-sei and stood in front of him. Seito smiled at Athena in front of him, stretched out his hands to cover her bruised cheeks, and used medical ninjutsu to treat the pain on Athena's face. Looking at the green light on Seito's hands, Athena and Jue's eyes flashed with surprise at the same time, but they didn't ask anything. They still stood silently in front of Seito, quietly watching Seito. It's done. After a while, Seito retracted his hands and said to Athena in front of him. Athena blinked her eyes with some confusion, not knowing what Seito meant by, it's done. Athena, the injury on your face is healed. Jue on the side reminded her. Athena, who didn't understand until now, immediately thanked him. Thank you, sir. Since you have chosen to be loyal to me, then it's not appropriate to live here anymore. Seito, who leaned over and stood up from the bed, naturally reached out and hugged Athena's waist and said. Athena, who was hugged by Seito, had no other reaction except for frowning at the beginning. She looked like she was completely under Seito's control. Seito smiled slightly when he saw this, reached out and hugged Jue's waist again, and disappeared from the prison with them instantly, appearing on the top of a building in the ecological city. You will live in this city in the future. Ito-sei, who was hugging Zhao and Athena's waist, said to the two with a smile on his face. Their pupils shrank slightly, and they looked shocked. Then, his figure flashed again, taking the two to the bottom of the building, pushing them into the building and walking to one of the empty rooms. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.